Stefan, after coffee, I'm going to leave to get you to chair this.
Mahalingam, can you unmute your camera for a second so we can see whether you turn up on our second screen?
Sure. Are you able to see me?
Yep,
that worked fine. Thank you very much.
Sure, thanks.
So then we can start the recording. And we're live, I hope. So this is the meeting of the World Wide Web Consortium's Media Capture Task Force, which is a joint task force of the WebRTC working group and the DAP working group. And if you're not lost in acronym soup yet, you haven't been here long enough. So the purpose of this task force is to specify an API that can be implemented in browsers that allows you to capture image, video and audio data from local devices and put them into a construct we call media streams, which then other groups, such as the WebRTC working group, can specify an API for sending to others. This is called divide and hopefully conquer. That was the introduction. So we need a volunteer for a scribe. So the standard mechanism for WTC meetings is to have an IRC chat room. And the IRC chat room for this meeting is called MediaCap. So if you're still in the Jabber room, there will not be anything interesting here to see there during this meeting. But we do need a scribe. Since we're recording this, we shouldn't need to do that much of line by line capture of what people are saying. But if we reach conclusions, it's good to have a note on the conclusions. We have a volunteer. Yeah, you get it until coffee, perhaps. So, third item on administrativia is that we need to approve the minutes from the previous meeting. Of those who were present at the previous meeting, do anyone object to approving the minutes? The link is in the IRC chat room. Hearing no objection, I declare that they are approved. So, agenda bash. The current proposed agenda is on the screen. The most important thing we have to do is to try to get the media capture and stream spec into a state where it can reasonably be called finished. And the next step, and the process step that lies ahead of us is something called WTC last call. And in order to get there, we have to have a working group consensus that it's time to go to WRTC last call. And the usual way one assumes consensus is that we have closed all the bugs or declared them irrelevant. So naturally, that means that we spend a lot of time going over bugs. We told the working group last week that we'd accept bugs filed by anyone for this meeting. So if you had anything to say about it, please file a bug. And several people did. Now, of course, the fact being that we're reasonably human, we didn't get to all the bugs in time to do this presentation. So I put together a presentation. If you switch to the bug processing.pdf presentation, which includes only bugs that I think deserve more than just editor's attention. Yes, that one. And which I knew of as of Friday. There were quite a few more files over the weekend, which we will get to in time. Some of them are covered by some of these. Some of them are not. I think there should be a button for it. The button with the arrows in all directions. No, on the keyboard. Ah, worked. So, next slide. Oops. Page down? Yeah. Oh, I love PDF. Share the. We could share the actual presentation with you. See if that works better. Yep. Yeah. Yeah. Whatever. So the other things that we have to look at are the recording spec, image capture spec, and create stream from audio video elements. And that are the three things that are not bugs that could go into other specs or into a note on this spec, whatever works best. But if necessary, we'll steal time from them in order to get through the bugs. So main classification of bugs, one of them is nits. We shouldn't have to discuss those, just fix them. We got things that are not specified, where we need to decide what the spec should actually say. We got things that work wrong. That is, that's not what we thought it should do. Or this is inconsistent or will lead you into trouble. This might cause discussion, but we may conclude in some cases that no change is needed because even though it looks dumb, it's actually smart, or the other way around. And there are bugs that are functional extensions, where we have to make a decision on, is this required to have in this version of the document, or is this something that we can punt to a later document, a later version of this document, or some other effort entirely? I personally have a strong bias towards punting if we can get away with it. But people might have different opinions. So next slide gives the The not specified bugs, permissions. Really, these are two bugs, but they both deal with permissions, which also delve into UA spec, possibly implemented discretion, which is how long do permissions persist and when does the light come on? Next. Works wrong. Question is, should get settings and so on be asynchronous? And if they are asynchronous, should they be queued? We decided that the permission prompt on no matching device had been decided, so we struck it out. But that's a matter for, if the chairs get something wrong, we assume that the working group will tell us. And then next slide is the functional extensions. Next. So it's the question of whether we extend constraints yet again with ideal or what I call tendentious limit values. We have the which way does a video camera face where if it doesn't face user environment left or right. We got get capabilities before we have a track. We got event for when devices change. And we have the question of, is the access model we're dealing with here so complex that we need a better handle on it than just doing all access control by implicit side effects of get user media? So I got one slide per bug. Next slide. And a suggestion of how to work through this. Let's say that we start a clock when we start discussing a bug. And if we can't reach a consensus in 10 minutes, let's say, okay, we have to task someone with an action to figure this one out. We need a volunteer, victim, and we need a time by which they have a plan. And of course, this method of working, like everything I'm proposing, is subject to change if the working group task force has consensus to do so. Now, does this seem like an okay way to run through the bugs? Let's go. Okay, run. We now start at 1341, first bug. How long do permissions persist? And is this a spec requirement or a UA recommendation? Is the permission scope per original, per page, per other? One device, all device, either? Do non-permanent permissions survive reload? Are they revocable? If so, what happens and how do you do it?
Martin Thompson, either until the stream is ended, if it's not explicitly persistent, or until the user decides to revoke any permission.
Is it until the stream's ended?
Until the stream is ended.
Okay, so you're saying that if I...
Or closed, or, you know.
If I... so that...
If you get permission for access to a camera and you close it, ask again. I think this is how we've been operating. Yeah.
Mike.
Is there a queue? I haven't seen.
So remember that the 1 or 2 or whatever number of people on the telechat will not hear a word you're saying unless you use the mic. And they will not know who you are unless you say your name.
He's just trying to clarify minutes.
Sorry, Gary Mundium, Qualcomm Innovation Center, trying to clarify minutes. Martin, can I put in the minutes that you're saying that permissions only persist as long as the web page is part of the active browser context? Is that what you meant? So, web page is opened up, you get the permission, then the web page closes. Huh?
Justin Birdie, I think there's two different persistent possibilities. Like one is persistence where you say, okay, and that sort of persists for that website, scope to that origin until it's revoked. The other one is that it persists, but it's just persists for the lifetime of the tab. And this prevents the fact that if you have an application where muting your camera turns it off, which I think is something that people actually prefer, turning it back on doesn't require a new permission prompt.
They're linked from the agenda. And the link to the agenda is in the RC room.
Now,
I hope.
I know there's been some thought in the past of if once the stream is turned off and the camera light goes out, if there is no sort of persistent permissions, then anything to turn that camera back on requires a new prompt from the user. And that may be fine, but I think there's definitely use cases that are real world where that actually creates kind of like a bit of a problem.
So, Colin Jennings Cisco, I think there's these two different types of permission prompts we've talked to about it too, of like this website or this origin, I'm not quite sure the right way to say it, but it is permanently whitelisted and I never get another permission prompt for that website again, even if I come back a month later, right? After you approved the website type thing, right? And then there's the type where it said, I open up, can I use your camera? And I just said, yes, and picked a camera, which I think is that this second type that you're talking about is how long do those last? And
right.
I got to say, my knee jerk, on that second type, my knee jerk was once the light went out, you had to get a permission prompt to use it again, and the light would go out if you killed the peer connection, if you closed the peer connection.
So without taking a position on the Eric Griscorla, without taking a position on the technical mechanisms used to enforce this, let me tell you what I'm concerned about, and then we can discuss how to actually do something about it. What I'm concerned about is that a state in which the user makes a call, and the site presents in content UX that says hang up the call, and then the user clicks that UX and all observable behaviors. And the user thinks they're generating one-time permissions, and all user observable behaviors, the user thinks the permissions have been revoked, and the site cannot reacquire the camera microphone. But in fact, the site actually has control of the camera microphone and can reacquire them at some future time, not subject to the user's control. And that is what I'm concerned about. And we can discuss how to stop that from happening, but that's what I'm worried about.
Yeah.
So just a reminder, the next slide is about when does the light go on, and discusses the matter of indicating to the user that permission has been granted. So we're going to return to that in some minutes.
So at present, then we have two operational modes. One of which implemented by Chrome, one of which implemented by Firefox, though I believe at least we intend to implement the union of those two modes. I don't know what Justin intends to do. Namely a operational mode where you get where you get a single use access, and as long as you're holding on to the handle, all the indicia continue to be there, and you continue to have access, whether you're displaying it or it's attached to peer connection or you're just sitting on it. And then the other operational mode is permanent access for any HTTPS site. Actually, I guess Chrome implements the one use time for HTTP sites. So Firefox intends, and we already are patches to implement for an option for the user to say persist it, and then it will persist it for any HTTPS site, and it will behave like Chrome for those sites.
Okay, yeah, so we have that for HTTPS with a continuing consent, persistent consent. Historically for HTTP, it was, the light, you lost your permission as soon as the light went out, as soon as the stream ended. And it was sort of mentioned that the HTTPS versus HTTP thing didn't really make as much sense in that category. That if you allowed that permission to continue, even for HTTP, that didn't really subject you to any more actual attacks. And so, like, that actually, the whole thing of you don't want to have a permission that was stored forever with HTTP, which then could be used by a malicious site, through DNS hijacking or something to get you into a bad state. But allowing an HTTP site's permission to stay through the lifetime of that tab didn't seem to be a problem. And so that's the direction we're moving.
Yeah, so I think the concern that Eka has is kind of relevant, because once the indicia get suppressed, and you're talking about cases where the user manually, through a switch on the device, like this one that's conveniently always off on this thing that I'm using right now, flips a switch and that device goes offline, right? There's a manual switch. There's switches that are accessible to the application in the browser, can set that enabled flag off. Both of those things would continue to leave the light on, for want of a better analogy, leave the light on, and then we don't have the concern, even though it might require in the back end in the browser to understand that the connection to the camera has been dropped, and it'll have to reacquire the connection once that comes back online again. The stream doesn't necessarily have to end at that point. That's why I said stream end. And there's user mute, there's application mute, but ultimately the end only happens when the device is pulled out or something terminal of that nature.
Okay, this is Adam. But you talked about stopping a stream and then losing the permission. And people seem very surprised about that. I would be surprised if we don't have that possibility anymore, because that was one thing that you could, like a page where you are located, you're kind of surfing the page and you will be there for a long time, and that page could like acquire permission and give back permission. And I think we've had that functionality for some time. It used to be media stream stop. The method stop on media stream used to be kind of give back the permissions. I think we still need that one for well-behaving applications that shouldn't be acquiring permissions and keeping that.
Yeah. This is the UX on the screen that says you're hanging up the call, and the user thinks that you're hanging up the call.
But
There's also always a question of if you're hanging up the call and you expect your self view to continue to be visible because you're going to make hanging up the call and releasing the camera.
They're different.
In many
different
cases, they're
things.
two different things.
So I guess, I think the analysis Justin just offered, where he says, look, it's not really indifferent to to reacquire the device in the same tab context, versus holding on to it for a long period of time, in some secret side cache, has some force. Though I'm not sure it has as much force as you think if I've been connected to Facebook for the past 3 days. So I think it has some force, but this is inextricably intertwined with the user interface issue, because the key point is the user not be able to believe that the site can no longer access his camera, and yet be the case the site can access his camera. That's the most important thing.
right, but I think there's also another case that it goes that if you do the opposite policy of that, if you say that I'm going to turn off my camera during the call, that the user actually believe that it's actually off, and if the light doesn't go out, people just don't believe it.
Right.
So we've actually seen that and gotten specific feedback, and it also sort of speaks to like if you want to switch between front and back camera like on a mobile device.
I guess I'm coming around to feeling like that those use cases should be solved with persistent permissions, though, like long-term persistent permissions, rather than trying to have some sort of slightly more long-term but still short-term permissions. Don't you just want to? Don't you just want to ask, like, give me the camera permanently? under the circumstances?
The thing is, I don't understand why people have a hard time deploying HTTPS, because I just feel like that would solve a lot of these issues.
Yes.
And that could just be our kind of decision on this. But for whatever reason, people are still deploying sites on HTTP, and they express surprise when they have to ask a user every single time on HTTP. And like I said, we did this sort of
Sure.
security analysis I mentioned, and felt like, well, maybe we're being kind of overly conservative here. And if we think that's really not the right analysis, then that I think answers the question. But I think that if we think that it should be possible to have persistent permission grants, and the reason why we don't allow it for HTTP is because we're worried about these like long-term attacks where you could do DNS poisoning and stuff. Then if we're not really as concerned about that for HTTP, then I think
We're speaking as chair, and the 10 minutes we set off is up. I suggest that since this is intimately tangled with the next topic, we switch to the next topic for 10 minutes and then come back to figuring out what to do about this one. Okay?
Okay. I might propose we agenda bash to make sure that we don't leave this meeting today without having resolved the permission model, because I think it is the most important remaining open issue in the spec. And what I was just going to say to Justin is, look, if you read this spec, it is so lacking in what it says. There might be a whole bunch of stuff in your head that like everyone in the room agrees on that we could nail down. Like maybe we should ignore the HTTP discussion for a second and just say, how does the permission model work, assuming it's all over HTTPS? And once we get that nailed down, then move on to the what about when it's only HTTP? Because I agree it has some additional issues and it's a little bit different, but the spec does not actually say how it works for HTTPS yet.
It's been an implementation decision. It's been talked about.
Okay, so the question on the table was, can we move on to the next issue for 10 minutes and then come back to this one?
Just point of order here. The battery on this thing is at 1 bar. How's the other one doing?
Okay, I'm just going to keep this, and you can, like, when you want to say something, you can come over here, So I'm starting to feel like this proposed structural discussion may not be as awesome as one would have previously suspected. But I guess I'm prepared to discuss 22337 instead.
Okay, let's try that. And I think this was
I'd like
not
to
the
start
best.
by saying exactly how I started the previous bug point, which is I think the light should go on as soon as you get the permission, and the permission should go away as soon as the light goes off. And there should be a way to make the light go off.
So, right, I guess what I would have said, I'm gonna stand over here. So, I can fucking see the screen because Harl's in the way. And apparently with like all the technology at Google, I can't forget to put like the slide in all 3 screens. But they're empty. So like have them put the slides in front of their other camera. Or maybe they can share maybe one of them, hey, this is an idea. Can someone else join the Hangout and share their screen with the slides onto that so I can see them? Unbelievable. Okay. Now I can't see them at all. That's even worse. Awesome. Okay, yeah. Here. Exactly, yeah. Okay, so there are actually two indicators available. I assume this case we're talking not about the light not about the nominally but not actually hardware controlled light in the camera, but we're talking about the thing in the browser Chrome, correct? Because so
I think we're talking about browser Chrome because nominally that other stuff is not under our control.
yes, although more. Well, let's assume we're not like downloading new firmware to the new USB firmware to the camera, right? Which camera? Yeah, I know. All the cameras behave differently. What? Sorry, taking a step back. I do not believe we need to require that the well, maybe we do, but again, we have 2 permissions models at some point. So once again, the situation I want is the user not to think he's relinquished the camera when he actually has. And I might be prepared in some circumstances to have that be a mismatch between the browser Chrome and the camera. So one thing you could do, as Justin suggests, is you could say, well, as long as you in principle could reacquire the camera, there's like a thing in the browser Chrome that says you're still staring it, but the green light goes off. I want to live with that. I think I'm not actually, and I'm not, and for the persistent permissions, I don't think we need to display every site you give persistent permissions to in the browser bar. And I don't think you do, and I don't think we expect to either. That make it a little long. Like my point is, if you've given persistent permissions, like it's one thing to say these following 3 tabs have access to the camera, and it's another thing to be like, I've made calls on 23 sites in the past 6 months, and they're all listed there. Right. So I think only people actually are using the camera or are temporary and could get back to the camera. Those guys should be in the browser bar, and everybody else should not be. Good luck.
Justin Brady. So you think that when you're persistent and can get back to the camera, we don't need to indicate that?
I think that's I think you should get somewhere, but you really want to indicate it in the same place. And so Firefox is like a little camera sharing thing, right? Firefox is like a little camera sharing thing when you're sharing the camera, right? And I don't think we're planning to have every site you persistently populated access to that.
Is that super top level? I mean, I'm
It's
saying
like right here, man.
okay. I'm saying like on a per tab indicator, you could have like just some indicator as to whether this thing has access to turn your camera back on.
I think that'd be acceptable.
Okay.
But it's different from having you constantly press.
So it seems that we are closing in on some kind of consensus. I'm always trying to find some, that the indicator of this tab has access to the camera is a different indicator from this tab is currently currently taking your video and doing something with it.
Dominique, WCC. So I think one of the first question we should ask ourselves is what is it that we need to specify? I mean, a lot of this is down to decisions that user agents will have to make in the stead of their users. I don't know that we need to predetermine everything in the specification now. I think user agents will do the work in determining what is the best way for communicating it back to the user. So, I mean, we are having interesting discussions, but I don't think that we necessarily need to specify everything in the spec.
Yep. All right, so this is Dan Burnett. So actually, before that last comment, well, anyway, I got 2 comments now, right? So, so it seems to me, there's the hardware indicator, right? And then there may be sometimes, right? I'm saying there might be one, okay? And there may be one or multiple indicators based on the conversation that just happened in the Chrome of some sort. One of the things as a user that I would expect is that if all of those indicators are off, that it is not possible for them to go on without me giving permission. And I say when they're all off. Now I understand that you may have one on, another on, etc. But once every single one of those is off, I would be really surprised if it turned on without me explicitly giving permission. There's got to be some way for me to know that it's not going to just come on, right? Well, so that's why the last comment was actually interesting, because it reminded me that we've been very careful not to say how it is that a user agent obtains permission, right? So if I'm blind, for example, I may have downloaded a browser that gives, to which I'm automatically giving certain permissions. Or if I'm deaf, I may, just the fact that I'm downloading a certain browser may be that I'm always giving it permission to present in a certain way, to use my camera or to use my microphone in a certain way. And it's just in the agreement, when I download it, that's what it says. And by the way, that's what I want, because there is no other way for me to interact with the device, the user agent, than that. So we need to be a little careful with how prescriptive we end up being in the specification.
Dan Rotzer, AT&T. I think regarding the permanent permissions, it's very important when you access that domain that you gave it permissions to have the indicator the same way that you gave that permission as a visual or as a and actually back to Dan's point, it may be whatever was that indication is in the form of audio indication or whatever it is. But you have to know that when you're going to that, as a reminder, that when you go to that domain, that you gave permanent permissions to have a confirmation or reminder. That's all.
So it seems that we have a reasonable consensus on this piece, that that the indication that permission has been granted is important. The indication that video or audio is being captured is important, and these two things are different and should have different indicators. And that this is UA design, so user interface design, so all we can do is to give advice. Does that seem to capture the stuff on this bug?
I don't think we have to say how to indicate. I think mean needs to be indicated in a way the user can find. It's like.
I do think also, Justin Bertie, that if there is a hardware indicator for the camera and you call media stream track.stop, that does turn off that indicator.
The capture indicator?
The capture indicator.
Definitely.
So,
the access indicator, I think that depends on the access model. Yeah.
So, right. So you call media stream track stop, and that turns off the camera.
which is what I expect. Right. So Eric Squirrel, I think we need something a little more than advice. I use this to beat my UX people with. So like being able to say this is the considered opinion is in the specification. Like that's useful. That's useful to me. So this isn't a matter of me like our IETF RTC guy like beating up on Justin and like Martin to make them do stuff. It's a matter of like we need to agree to this so that like our own people will do stuff.
Yeah, people seem to interpret specifications from this working group as like holy writ, and so like anything we codify here and like actually makes life much easier. So
I actually have some interesting pull requests I'll be asking Colin to take later.
Okay, so must indicate seems to be the operative word here. Just how it's indicated, it's up to the. It's a UI design issue, and we should not mandate it.
Okay, so to the chair, just for the IRC, I'm going to say that we agree that there should be guidance provided that indication that the permission has been granted and a distinct indication that capture is taking place. So, and this would be guidance to UI vendors. I know we talked about hardware like too, but I mean we also earlier discussion said that that's out of our control. Is that reasonable? Yeah. Okay.
I think, and then we can do what I promised and pull back to the previous slide. And let's see if we can. We actually managed to do this one in 10 minutes. So how long do permissions persist? And as long as, which light? We have two of them now.
So that's a circular argument. Adam just suggested that as long as the indicators are present, then permission persists, but the indicators last as long as the permission persists. So
the indicators are the problem is the indicators are supposed to tell you something, and like unless there's going to be a top level indicator available regardless of whether the tab is present or not, like a persistent permission does not tell you something like it's not going to be visible to you. Like so consider the following case: I grant persistent permission to x.appspot.com. But someone also controls y.appspot.com, right? And so like so x is visible on a frame, and you've got some indicator that says like x is permanent access to your camera microphone, right? But then the guy tabs away from that, and now but now he's on y, which doesn't have permission. but Y can just nav back to X and get control. So the point being that like it's just not reasonable unless you're going to like basically say the top level UX has to have like a list of like every person you're sharing with, and if any of them is like if any of them is even possible, then lights on. Like you're going to have times when someone can in principle get access to your camera and microphone, but there's no indicator as long as you have persistent permissions. It's just the way it is, and I'm fine with that. Yeah. Okay, so my point is, like, let's take a step back. I've given persistent permissions to access my camera to x.appspot.com, right? And now, but I open my browser and it's at about blank. So I'm not anywhere, right? Is there an indicator being shown? Okay, now I go to y.appspot.com, which does not have permissions. Is an indicator being shown? Good. But the problem is then Y can nav that page to X, and then he can open the camera, and that indicator is being shown, even though the user has not done anything. And so my point being, set window.location. I'm saying Y and X control by the same guy. No. www.attacker.com. I put an ad network in. I mean, like, no. I mean, I'm just saying, like that anybody. The point being that as long as you're not, the question is, do you show the indicator if you're not on a site which can actually access it? But any other site can just navigate to that site if they want to, and so they're cooperating. They just do it, and so
Yeah. Okay. So the attack is understood. Okay. So the problem here is that you can navigate, and yes, if you're colluding with someone who has persistent permission, you can, until the very moment before you actually acquire the camera, be on some other origin, and then you just switch over to the origin at the point that you need the camera, and then you've got access to the content. I don't find that particularly scary, but I would like to have the persistent indicator present, but I suspect it's just largely a UX thing for us, because we have this site can use your camera,
Or if this site calls get user media, you will not get prompted to ask if you can use it.
And
That's the indicator.
I think for a desktop Firefox, we have the screen real estate that we can do this. I'm not sure that we can do it somewhere else, on some of the mobile platforms quite as easily. And that's always been the challenge, but that's a challenge with mobile platforms, and we'll work on that. But I think that the basic recommendation is still reasonably sound.
So we have one comment from over here.
Jensen, Microsoft. I have a couple comments. One is on when the light should be on. And to my knowledge, that's mainly controlled by the device and the driver at a really lower layer.
You're talking about the red light on the camera?
Yeah. And
that's different.
Yeah, I know. I start from there and then come here. So two comments. Number one is that the lights on when the device, the pin on the video or audio and the photo pin is really streaming. And the lights on, it's all hardware controlled. It shouldn't be specified by WebRTC here. And we can rely on that information to make further decision for the permission part. So comment on the permission here, so basically given the lights controlled by the driver and the hardware device, and then we shouldn't take a lot of dependency on that. And here we have the get user media API. So in my opinion, every time we call get user media, the user agent has a right to decide whether to pop up permission or not. And in one example, let's say if you have a browser with a tab running a stream from the camera, and the tab got suspended, being put in the background for whatever reason, and the browser should release that device at that time. The light should be off. And at that moment, another camera app can take control of the device. If that doesn't happen, when the web page got reactivated and bring back to the foreground, the web page should try the best effort to try to reactivate the page, try to reactivate the stream. So in that case, we don't call get user media again, and the stream can go back, and then basically the web page can work again. So that will be kind of a scenario we can consider and imagine in the modern devices today. So again, in my opinion, every time if the application calls get user media, then the user agent should try to see whether we want to pop up or not based on whether the permission has been granted permanently or not, and whether it's HTTPS or HTTP, and what's the kind of control there. So it's a little bit different angle here, and we shouldn't specify whatever for the device and driver.
Shouldn't specify too much.
Go ahead. And, yeah. Yes, right. We shouldn't specify that. Yeah. That's all controlled by the operating system and also by the browser. And if the page can be recovered when the page going back to the foreground, then as long as again dependency should really be based on our spec, based on the really get user media, based on the call. If the web page call get user media again, that means it lost the device permanently and the stream is not recoverable. So try to get it again. If that happens, the user agent should try to consider, because it's basically another session. User agent can choose whether to pop the UI or not. And in my opinion, the user agent should pop it anytime get user agent gets user media got caught. That's from the security perspective. Yes, right. Yeah, because in that case, the browser or the application using the web platform might be suspended. It's not really doing anything. But once coming back to the foreground, then the application or the browser should try to recover.
So
if it's recoverable, then the stream should keep coming.
Sorry. We're running out of time, and I'll keep on interrupting people. Sorry, I'm very rude. But it's clear that we're not reaching a total consensus on this one in this session now. I suggest that I'd like Ekra and Justin to stick their heads together over coffee and see if they can come up with something for at the end of the day. This day. And yeah, the idiomatic end of the day it might come sooner, but so anyway, if you to do that, then all the other people who want to discuss this during the break can jump on you, and then let's see where we are at the end of this day. So shall we flip to the next slide? Yes. So this is raised by Stefan, and the question that's here is really, can we actually return settings immediately?
Yeah, I filed this bug, but based on input from Jan Ivar and Jim lately, I think we can. And actually the user agent need to know the settings all the time, because to be able to fire an event over constrained whenever that happens. So if implementers agree, we can basically just close this bug and the next one won't fix. I got one.
Sequence of operation, oh, well-defined, okay. I must say I'm quite surprised to hear that that getting the information takes substantial time, but
So I think Stefan's suggestion was that for settings that we care about, it won't take either it won't take much time, or the UA already has to keep track, so it will know what what to return.
I think this should be synchronous.
Yep. Okay.
No? You just think everything should be async? Okay, I would subscribe to that. If we're like going down that road, I'm your Huckleberry. But like if we're like trying to decide there's a line, this probably goes on the other side of the line.
Yeah, yeah, this is good. This is fine.
Okay. Are we done?
Everything should be async, even assignment operators, everything.
Haskell?
No, Haskell's deferred, not async. Totally different. Yeah.
The constructor should be async.
Okay, we need a new programming language. Thank you. But anyway, this was quick. So next one, it's probably not. Let's stop and reset. Start. 10 minutes on special values and constraints. There have been 2 suggestions for modifying constraints in order to do some other interesting things with it. One is to specify that, hey, it's important to me that this particular constraint is biased towards the maximum or minimum value. And that's how I read Dan's note. The other suggestion is that we should specify a third member in addition to min or max called ideal, which is kind of point things in this direction. And both of these, I think, are attempts to bias the selection mechanisms in constraint resolution, not to constrain them, as in this is, in the old language, this is optional, not mandatory. But since optional is gone, then I have to call it something else. Open floor.
Jim Barnett, Genesis. Notice these are values. So,
Hold up the
so
mic.
adding these does not change any of the algorithm we proposed. These could be added later. So I would propose, let's finish what we've spec'd out now, leave these open as suggested additions later, just in the interest of getting done.
So just quickly, ideal is not a value, it's an attribute.
It's an attribute, yeah, but it's,
Right.
well, it's a kind of value. It's a way of specifying a value for an attribute. But it doesn't extend the constraint language, it just makes a richer language for specifying the values of constraints.
I just want to speak to why it might be needed in addition to maximum. That I might have a situation where I don't want anything more than 1080p. I don't want anything less than VGA, but what I really want is 720p. And so maximum, just kind of prevents me from getting anything ridiculously large. But ideal would allow me to express, give me the format that's closest to what I'm expressing by ideal. And so I think maximum does not fully cover what the semantics of ideal would be.
So Dan Burnett. So first of all, the maximum, actually I should explain this, came from at the China meeting. Sylvia Pfeiffer pointed out the need to have a way. She said as a developer, she said, I don't really know what the maximum, what the best value is that's possible that the browser can do. And I just, I need a way to say that. And one option that we talked about possibly was, maximum possible or min possible, whatever. So, but then that would be a value that could go in any of the places that you can take a value. Now, ideal is different because it is saying, I'd like this. Well, that is already possible today by specifying a value in what we used to call optional and what we're now calling advanced. When you actually say with colon and you give a value, that is saying this is what I would like. If the browser can't do it, then it doesn't do that.
So Martin Thompson, I note that in the languages that we're talking about, there's a particular number that might fit our needs here, and that is infinity. If you want the biggest width that the browser can possibly find, define width of infinity as being ideal. Sure, why not? Infinity is not falsy.
I'm not being facetious here. This is Dan again, right? Yeah. All right. Well, if you're not serious in your comment, then I guess we can move on to someone else who is. Oh.
Detector.
Okay, so, specifically, when I said negative infinity, it's because there are times when you want the smallest value possible, not the largest value possible, right? 0 often works. That's why I figured max possible and min possible. Then, if your min possible is negative infinity, great. If your max possible is 0, okay, great, but it works regardless of what those are. And then it's up to you as the developer to understand the context in which you're using max or min, right? So if what you want is a minimum aspect ratio, that's going to be different from perhaps if you're talking about bandwidth in terms of what you might want.
Hi, this is Yanavar, Brewery, Mozilla. I think one concern I have with maximum and these infinity is that you rarely want infinity. I mean, asking for the max possible dose of anything, Advil, it's not probably something you've designed for. So that's why I like ideal, because it's within a range. So you already have a min and a max. Of course, you can specify a range with no minimum and no maximum, just an ideal. So it's just more, it doesn't lead you down that way to instantly go for infinite. And Dan is right that you don't really need ideal. You can specify using an advanced array, but that's quite messy because, and that's why I proposed ideal was that without ideal, what you have to do, if you want the highest resolution, you have to repeat your constraints, numerous entries in an array where you ask for lower and lower values. And it's not a continuum, which means that it can actually do the wrong thing. If you have a band of resolutions that are really tight, you might actually miss. If you say, I want minimum 1900, minimum 1600, minimum 1200, and so forth, you're guessing, but you might get the wrong resolution that way. So the idea of having an ideal is that you would set a target, so you can, as Justin said, I don't want less than this, I don't want more than this, ideally I want this, so that if the actual value that are available can be lower or higher, but it steers you toward that target.
Oh, sorry. Okay. I was going to say, I think that leads to one of the things that I want to say is that I think ideal is a little bit different than a whole shrinking range of max mins because it implies a change to the, I mean, I think ideal and this other, I think any of these changes here imply a change to the algorithm, not necessarily one we can't make. And that I believe my take is the algorithm is open right now, that what we agreed to at the last meeting was to look at this new proposal, which the editors have put in the text, and decide whether we like it or not. That's sort of what we're at this right now. So we're doing that. We could change this. We could add any of these things in. Ideal, to me, and maybe this wasn't the semantic that was meant, implied a get as close to this number as you can, not just it has to be exactly this number. So it's not, you can't exactly replicate ideal with the advanced constraints right now. It is a little bit different. It could be easily worked into the algorithm. It's not a big deal. I do wonder about the real use cases for it. This is the one thing that would make me sad, is that right now the largest resolution you can generally get from lots of common cameras is maybe 1080p. And so everybody set their, yeah, 6 months ago, but right, so everybody sets their thing at 1080p as ideal or max or whatever you want. And 4 years from now, when we all have 4K cameras,
yeah, there are no 4K.
I have a 16K camera, yes, right, okay, I agree. But that's what I worry about, is that usually the ideal thing you want usually is the largest value possible or the smallest value possible. So, so if we have examples for that would be good to say what are the cases where ideal is not the largest or smallest. And if there are good use cases for that, then I'd say let's figure out how to add it. It's not really very hard.
Yeah, I was going to say what Colin just said. I mean, like the most natural thing I want is give you the biggest resolution this camera can support. And if I have a crap ton of syntax and it can't say that, then like I'm pretty annoyed because like I'd like swallow like a lot of broccoli to get to this point. And if I can't minimally say like give me like the maximum resolution of the camera, I mean.
So
Probably the one constraint I actually like if of all the constraints I have, this is probably the only one I actually want to use.
So I actually put myself into a speaker queue at one point, and so this is not from the speaker, not from the floor, but the kind of special maximum possible value kind of struck me as a little bit odd. I mean, it kind of presupposes that the browser wouldn't give you the best thing it had if you didn't ask for it. Well, of course, that's true for Chrome at the moment. But I regard that as a temporary bug. So why not just join the line? So we have so we can have some order. So that was the 10 minutes are up signal. Everyone get in line now?
Okay, so just quickly.
Let's have 4 more people speaking and then try to draw.
You want largest possible, you can get that right now. You just have to query the capabilities and see what the capabilities return and then ask for that. So it's 2 steps instead of 1.
Why do I have constraints if I can't do this one thing?
Right.
Well, no, actually, if you think that works, if you want that to work, we have to put it down because there has to be a change to the spec. Right now, it says if you ask for something that's out of the range, it fails. And that max would solve that. Okay.
Exactly.
Well, no, that's an argument for max, not ideal. If you just want the largest value, max. Okay.
Yeah. So this is Dan Burnett. I was going to respond to something earlier that you had said about the, 1600, 1200, 800, whatever sort of thing. And so saying, a minimum of 1600, minimum of 1200 and so on. You realize, right, that you can set, for width, you can set max and min to the same value, right, by just giving one value. And so setting an ideal of a certain number is no different from actually, okay, it is
way different.
It is different in that you're saying, get me close to this number, but you decide how close. It is different in that one respect. Okay, but it's not that there is no way to specify a number that you would like to have.
There's no way to specify a number that I would like to have and also specify a minimum that I have to have without having ideal.
Yes, there is. It's required on the minimum, and then in your optional list, you actually specify.
Okay, that goes down the whole advanced list, which is what we're all trying to avoid.
Okay, all trying to avoid. I think you're trying to avoid it, yeah. But because it.
I think there are more than one people trying to avoid advanced.
Yeah. Okay. So all right. Well, clearly we have some disagreements on what you actually need to build real applications, but I think ideal doesn't do what advanced does, and advanced does what you want ideal to do, what it is that you want from ideal. I also,
Helen,
and I'm just going to jump
close the mic line.
And I'm also going to say that I think this is too much right now, actually, because what I want more than anything else is to be done and move on.
Well, Yanavar, I just wanted to say that I think WebIDL already has an infinite number, positive and negative. So we may already have this maximum. So I still think ideal is useful because you can say ideal. If you really want the largest possible, you can say ideal : infinity. But having it in the range, I think addresses a real problem with range, is because today, when you say I have a minimum and a maximum, people have expectations about that aren't true. I mean, if I say I have a minimum of 2 and a maximum of 1024, I might expect to get 1024, just because that's the way I was thinking. People overload these borders with, get me as close to the, why would you not give me the highest possible value? But that is in fact not how most implementations work today. If you ask for a minimum and maximum, you might just get whatever the browser thought is the ingrained hard-coded default, which is somewhere in the middle. So ideal lets you say something you can't do today. You can say, I want my value has to be in this range, but I prefer higher values versus lower values in there. And I also support anything we can do to loosen the requirements on the UI here so that these mechanisms can be built in, maybe even using the existing algorithm, because I also feel the pain that it's getting complicated. And to that end, for instance, we talked about similar things with constraints and ordering. Right now, Firefox takes a shortcut, and the unordered constraints are actually just tacked on to the end of the advanced array. We could fix that, but it'd also be nice.
See my conversion code between the old and new style.
Yes, but I'd also agree with Justin that the main reason I like ideal is it seems to be the one thing that you need advanced for, that normal mortals need advanced for. And I would love to get normal people out of advanced so that the name advanced really means only go here if you're an expert. And the problem today is you can't say the simple thing, I want a maximum width, but I prefer this other width. And the reason you can't is because they're both dictionary members at the same level, and you can't specify width twice. So you have to go into advanced. If you had ideal, it solves it nicely.
I just wanted to provide a use case. Some people say here, why don't you just take the IS possibility capability you return and you just do with that? I think there's a lot of cases where the hardware capacity and the display capacity are quite different, or you know that on the other side the display capacity doesn't match. And if you know that in advance, you don't want to use the maximum of the hardware. We have one project with a set-top box where they're using a higher end webcam because it's cheaper and more available in terms of stock, but they cannot display it, and the set-top box cannot actually process the highest resolution the camera would get to them. And in that case, you do not want the maximum capacity available. So that the answer. Give me one use case where you don't want to do that. Well, here's one.
So that's not a use case for ideal. That's a use case for max, and we already have max.
Right.
For clarification, to see if I have understood correctly, I mean, I've heard, I think Harald say that you cannot put the width for every single number integer. It's a step of 4 or 16 or something. So if you use advanced constraints and put someone that cannot be met, then that constraint will just be skipped, right? And that's the difference to ideal, I think, which would try to come as close as possible.
I just want to speak to the point made about Max a second ago. There are things like capture cards that only emit one resolution, like 1080p. And while you might want 720p, you'd probably rather have 1080p than nothing. And so that speaks to ideal, where you might set, max is 1080p, but you'd be willing to have an ideal of 720p to get 720p when you can, but still function if 1080p is the only option.
So, I want to close the line on this one. That was what I did just before you signed up, Karen. That's why I remember. So I'd like to get some questions.
So just a minute. I'm going to give you my proposal here, okay, first, because you didn't close the line before I got up.
I did.
I'm going to ignore that then. So what I'm proposing is, I think that I'm proposing at the coffee break, Yanni Var and I and anyone else who cares put together a proposal. And I think we can come back with a proposal that includes ideal, gets rid of advanced, does not violate any sort of normal usage of WebIDL, okay, and can provably still deal with all the use cases we've had so far that people have brought up into this. And I don't mean just in the room today, I mean that have led to the current set of constraints. And that, maybe we can come forward with that proposal a little bit later this afternoon after the coffee break with an idea that does it. Is that fair enough?
You can certainly try if you include Dan.
Yeah, I'm sure, yeah. Jim too. Yeah, Martin Thompson, someone asked about a use case for ideal. I think there's a number of cases where you simply don't have the number of pixels that a camera might be producing on the display on the other end. And you might be, as Justin pointed out, you might be willing to tolerate the capture card thing, but You don't want to spend the extra cycles decoding a 4K stream to show a thumbnail. Maybe you'll tolerate the fact that it's 4K stream in that case anyway. So I don't know. I think we should follow Cullen's suggestion and get people to propose something.
Yeah, so
I don't know what there is
so
to
it's,
propose, honestly, but
so it's clear that there are a few details, quite a few details, that aren't quite worked out in this proposal, in this range of things. But I'd like to just get the feeling of the room, like arm stretching exercises. So 3 questions. Raise your hand if you're, so I'll just tell you what the questions are first. Raise your hand if you think you have enough information to make a decision. So second question will be, no, this is a kind of sense of the room thing. Second question will be, raise your hand if you think ideals should be added. And third question will be, raise your hand if you think that ideals should not be added. This is not a decision. We don't have a proposal that I feel is worked out, so we can't make a final decision. But I'd like to have the sense of the room. Okay. No, that's a different question. And I don't even want to start on that question because we have not been discussing that question. So raise your hand if you have think you have enough information to decide about the ideal. Well, more than half the room, I think. Raise your hand if you think that ideals should be added. About 20 people. Raise your hand if you think that ideals should not be added. 2. So let's conclude that there is no smooth consensus, but there is some sense of the room, and some people will have an interesting coffee break.
yeah, Martin Thompson, can I just request that those people who did raise their hands for the second one, if they feel they need to get up and say something about it, give them the opportunity to do so. Because I think if they have legitimate concerns, we should at least hear them.
All right, this is Dan again. You've heard a bunch from me, but I think the one thing I'm going to say right now, and we don't have time for me to go into this in detail, I keep hearing statements about this is what you can do with Ideal, and the implication is that you can't do with what we already have. And many of the statements are just not true. There's this extremely strong implication that unless we add Ideal, you cannot do X, and there are a variety of X's being given. And it's absolutely not correct. You cannot do X without using the advanced list. That's true. Okay, and so I'm really concerned because it feels to me like there's a good bit of misinformation going around about what Ideal does enable. So I just want to make sure that before we make any decision in that respect, that there's a correct understanding of the people in the room.
Yeah, and following up what Dan said, I don't think we need to add Ideal now. That's why I voted against it. It could be added later. Let's finish what we've got now because in fact it does an awful lot of what the people who say they want Ideal.
Okay. We have another question put off to the coffee break, and which is not on the same people as the previous one. Next slide. Yeah, we eaten that too. Facing mode value of other. That is, cameras can have a facing mode of user, environment, otherwise known as front and back, and left and right. That's all we have defined. But there will be cameras pointing in other directions. Yeah. So what should we put into the JavaScript for that, if anything? We could have a no value for facing mode. We could have unknown, or we could have other. And as Jan Ivar has explained, the way in which enum values behave in dictionaries, extensibility is complex. But, well, what should we do?
Justin Uberti, can we not have both?
You want both unknown and other and null? Well, that's three.
Well, situation 1 and 2 both seem like they're orthogonal.
I think a very related question that's come up to this is how do we extend this? Like somebody later in a later spec wants to add up. Is that any issue when using an enum?
Yes. WebIDL right now in enums, if you specify an unknown value, it will throw an exception. So there's a bug on that 2579.3 I put in to suggest we use DOM string temporarily. I know the WebIDL group has an open issue to add a feature where you can specify a default in an enum specification so that you could actually have user environment left, right, other equals default, literally, as a way of specifying, please don't throw for unknown values, assign it to this last value instead. So this is an issue with all enums, so we should probably go through the spec and make sure that when we use an enum, we mean, we've thought about what does it mean to add more values here in the future. And
So this throws when you pass it an enum as a parameter, or and when you pass it as a component of a dictionary?
Yeah, so if you have a method that takes a dictionary, that method will throw if it finds a value in the enum that's not one of the values.
And when you assign it to an enum, it does not throw, right?
When you, for attributes, it does not throw. But attributes are very specific in WebIDL. So there's some confusion when you're dealing with dictionaries in JavaScript. Dictionaries only exist at the boundary of a function call. So what we think of as dictionaries in JavaScript are just plain old JavaScript objects. So assignments there is not something that WebIDL is involved in. So, but the minute you pass a dictionary into a function as an argument or return it from a method, it has to abide by WebIDL rules. So I also think, I want to comment on what Justin said. I think unknown and other are different. Other means it's a future value that we haven't decided on yet. Unknown means can mean the browser doesn't know because the camera doesn't support telling us. So it could be left, it could be right, it could be user or environment. We just don't know. And I would vote for using the absence of the dictionary member to mean unknown. JavaScript undefined.
Yeah. So you're suggesting that we adopt a null value for don't know and other for we know but we can't tell you.
Not null, but unknown. JavaScript unknown. Sorry, undefined.
Yeah. I always get confused between undefined and null. JavaScript is such a nice language to make jokes about.
What?
Yep.
So did we answer all the questions? Yeah.
So was it other or unknown that you wanted to make JS undefined?
So for unknown, I think just the absence of the member in the dictionary, i.e. JavaScript undefined, is fine. The question I think is if we're going to future-proof this, we could do one of two things, or we can do both. We could use the DOM string for now, which means we're fine. Or we could also define an other value, although I guess if we're going to go with the DOM string way, there's really no need to define other, I guess. And if we don't do the DOM string way, if someone passes in up or down, which are not defined yet, it will still throw. So having an other doesn't really help you there.
So the suggestion is to use a null value for unknown, and yeah,
Undefined.
sorry, undefined for unknown, and to use DOM string so that we don't get thrown out of the room, thrown out of the JavaScript at odd moments.
So, Ted Hardy speaking with a clarifying question. Just so I understand what's being proposed, if something moves to DOM string, there would still be defined a dictionary of the current values of environment, user, etc., with what those mean. But the advantage would be if somebody said mumble frats instead of one of those in the dictionary, instead of throwing a JavaScript error, as it would if it were an enum, it would simply be parsed by the application as if it were something you don't understand, some other value. So you don't expect the JavaScript to be able to do anything about it. You simply expect it not to crash.
Or especially expect the browser to not do anything about it.
Well, there's one little wrinkle on that, what he just said. I think something does happen with this string. It gets stuffed in a certain place in the SDP.
Oh?
Yeah? I always forget which the thing it goes, what's the name? It's like some SDP thing. I always forget what it is. You know, the stringy goes in the thingy. Gonzalo wrote the draft.
Sigh.
Yeah, that's the only point of doing this, is so that it gets down there. I mean, that's the only way it gets to the far end, so that the far end knows whether it goes on the left or the right.
Well, I thought we were doing this to pick the right camera. This is the media capture working group. Remember, the SDP stuff is over in tomorrow. Tomorrowland.
Okay, I don't see a real problem with, like, as we move this to a string and then use things like unknown or other. I don't see a real big problem as that gets passed across into the working group that's meeting tomorrow afternoon, that gets passed to the working group that's meeting tomorrow morning with exactly the same people and all at the same time. But we will need to sort of map this out probably in JSON a little bit. I don't see any problems, but.
So Jan-Ivar, can I ask you to actually write up and write in the bug the change you think we should make?
Yeah, I just wanted to cover one thing though. Yeah, so we have bugs for these, and we have the right people to fix those bugs, and we can get them assigned to it. That's no problem. Someone mentioned undefined, and I hope that wasn't undefined in double quotes. I just wanted to confirm that. It was undefined. If you don't know what it is, you don't pass it in. It's just simply not set in the dictionary. So that's what we're talking about. And of course, you can not set something in a dictionary by setting it to undefined, but that's a JavaScript artifact. I didn't want to see the string undefined anywhere.
That's correct. So if the member is absent, it means we don't know what it is. And that's true if you're getting back capabilities, you're learning that the camera doesn't know.
Okay, so we actually managed to finish that one, I think. Except that we have an item that gets thrown out over the wall to figure out whether we are using this. Yes? Six minutes to what? Yeah, 6 minutes to next presentation. Let me see. Let me see how many more bugs do we have. Only 3. 2 minutes per bug now. Oh, let's start on this one and say get capabilities without a track. So the claim has been made by one of my developers that it's reasonable to want to know what's possible to ask for when specifying what's possible to ask for before you call get user media. And that means that get capabilities as specified today, which is a function on track, can't give you it because you don't have a track. How do we solve this problem?
We don't.
That was quick. Why? Was that the last word? Okay, I'll take that.
So I think what Martin was summarizing is that we had this discussion before and came up with the fact that fingerprinting was sufficiently of a worry that we shouldn't allow it on the drive-by web. But I mean, I'm putting words in his mouth. So.
Yes, Jim Barnett, I think that was the conclusion of the discussion on the list. If we want to allow this, we might as well just have an enumerate devices function call that you can call at any point. Get rid of get user media altogether. Right?
I move we add an enumerate devices call. You can call at any point, but you call eliminate get user media altogether. I'm actually only about 10% joking.
Okay, let's say conclusion is we don't do this at the moment. So get capabilities without a track. No, sorry. I'm losing it. It's time for me to sit down. Event to signal devices have changed. Get media devices in polling mode is just messy. And it would be nice to have an event that get fired at something.
Yes.
To say, but we have to flesh out that proposal in a little more detail.
Yes, and coffee.
Yeah. Martin, are you willing to take that over coffee? Start talking. Okay. Martin's sending a pull request before coffee.
Yay. Well, Dom already had a proposal.
It was missing a few details.
No, the callback fires.
No, my biggest question with what Dom was saying was that he was suggesting to use a callback, and we don't have a single callback that we call more than once. So I was wondering, should we really have yet another pattern in this piece of the platform?
So I mean, I think Harold's concern is fair, and I agree that an event would be a nicer way to deal with it. I went with the callback because we already had the method there. So just extending it would make sense, but I think the nice thing to do is to have an event for it rather than messing up around.
Okay, so that one was quick. So last bug was one of my pleas to make the platform more complex, which was rejected earlier. Is the group still rejecting this one?
I think this comes back to the question we had before about what does it mean to have consent? And does the camera turn on, or does that mean the indicator for consent shows up in the GUI?
No, that's actually not it. So this was triggered by the fact that we have get user media that A, returns the stream, B, grants you permission to to access the camera, or perhaps the cameras. And C gives you access to labels on media descriptions. And what else do we need to have access controls for? And it seemed like, and we were talking about access, giving permission for screencasting and giving permission for, there was yet another one, yeah, tabcasting. It kind of felt like we were.
This solves the output device issue.
Also the output devices, yeah.
Well, and it's camera plus mic already, so it's a combined permission request in some
Yeah.
cases. So there is no question this is a big mess. I would suggest we leave it closed for two reasons. First, we can live with it for now. And second, I think the problem is actually more generic than just get user media. It's something that is crossing across a number of other APIs and these permissions. And there are today's more models than I can count. So there is ongoing work in terms of trying to put some uniformity behind this permissions management. It's not as advanced as I would like it to be, but it's ongoing. So my suggestion would be to close our eyes, accept the truth, live with it for the time being, and revisit this when there has been progress on the more generic topic.
Okay, so the proposal is to leave the bug closed and hope for help from the rest of the web platform.
So I think it's more fundamental than you're making it sound here. I think the issue is we've been trying to move permissions on web browsers to not ask people, do I have permission to access your file system, but instead say, choose a file that you want, so that the actions they're taking indirectly give you the permissions. And that's why we bound this to the get user media and the selection of the camera and things like this. So I think this is a design feature probably, and that trying to change this would be a lot more complicated. Like separating those two apart would make a precision model that users didn't like using. That would be my guess. So I think we should leave it.
Okay, we'll leave it closed. I'll just note that the permissions model thing seems to be that the users have a hierarchy of disgust more than that. There's one that I actually like. But that comes to the end of the list of bugs that I had prepared for. We have a few more that I haven't. But now it's also 3 o'clock, 1 minute over time. And I suggest that we switch to talking about recording. And I can sit down. No?
Coffee after recording.
Stefan, you take this. Oh. You walk away.
No, well, this sounds tempting, Cullen, but I'm afraid we will just be talking. Or I think maybe we could take on 3 of them also and discuss in more depth now. That would be okay with me and skip.
Skip. Yes. Yep, ideal.
Ideal.
Permission model was the
I guess it's the, that one we don't
yeah.
discuss it. So I guess it's the like between the two permissions between balance when we resolve that one, permission model and the class constraints issue.
Yeah. So I suggest that we that we try to keep the thing with recording is it's the most popular bug in the Chrome Bugganizer at the moment, more or less, and we haven't yet looked at it in this forum in a face-to-face meeting. So we need to take a look. That also has to get done, even though there was a separate track. So I'd suggest that we cut Jim down to half an hour and get coffee a little bit earlier.
Yeah. No, it's just out, it's on the wiki, it's just the regular published editor's draft. Put that up.
Not the main page.
Go up here. Well, while we're getting up the document, let me get started to save a few minutes. This document's been around for a couple of years. There hasn't been much discussion. It's basically an API where you take a media stream, you pass it in, and you get a media recorder that takes the media stream as an argument. It has an argument which is start, and it will start recording. You can pass in a time slice. So there are two ways to record, or actually three ways. You can record all the way, yeah, these are some functions. Can you scroll up a little further? Start with an optional time slice. So you can either just, oh, is the microphone working? Oh, okay. Does that work? No. How about that? You're hearing something? Okay. Okay. So there are three ways you can record. You just call start and wait till it's done. You can call start and put in a time slice. And this way you say 200 milliseconds, and then every 200 milliseconds you get an event containing the recorded data. Or you can call start, and then at random points call request data, and it'll spit out the data whenever you ask for it. Okay. So I was too soft, and now I'm too loud. Yeah, that's the detail. How's this? Is this okay? Okay. So this is the basic recording model, and you can use it for recording. The other obvious purpose for this is any kind of real-time media processing. One of the main motivations for this is people want to do speech recognition. They want to get the audio data every 200 milliseconds or so. So you call record, put in a 200 millisecond slice, and every 200 milliseconds you get the audio data, you ship it off to your speech recognition system, and how you get the results back and all that stuff is completely outside this spec, but this gives us the plumbing we need. And this part has been established for a while. Now, there are some questions I'd like to bring up. I don't know if we're going to completely resolve them. One of them is we have something called on warning. There's an error event defined in this spec. The thing is, when you get an error event, recording stops automatically. You get an error event, you'll get any data that's left over, and then you get the stop. Some people have suggested maybe you want something when you're like running out of space. You want warning when you've only got 5% space left, so you'd have a warning event. But we've never found a strong use case for warning events or a good list of warning events. So do we want to leave it in or take it out? It's easy enough. My proposal is by default, we take it out because it's easy to add it in later if we find use cases for it. Justin, do you want to talk? There's one up here. There's a couple up here.
Check, check.
Okay.
That feels like the right default to me.
Is
leave it out unless we have something really pushing for it. Like there are no implementations right now, and we'll get implementation.
So there is.
Right. Is shipping?
Yeah.
Fantastic.
For a while, actually.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, we'll let Martin speak to this then.
Yeah, so I don't think we have on warning, but my point was that unless the warning is actionable and programmatically actionable, I don't think we need something, and so that would have to be driven by use cases. And I haven't heard anything that's really all that exciting.
Yeah.
Yes, you're running out of space is something that I can't really do anything with, right?
Well, no, you could actually, you call request data, get the data, ship it off someplace, and now you freed up the space.
If that's the action that the browser would like the application to make, take, then it should just like give you the last the chunk and try to get the
Okay, well, no, I agree. So we'll just take on warning out and take warning and on warning out. Okay, so that's one of the open issues. Now the other one, I'd like to scroll down a bit. Can somebody, okay. There's a section here that's very out of date, and it's sort of constrainable properties of the media recorder. Now, leaving aside the question of whether these are constraints or not, the real question is, does the media recorder have properties that are separate from the underlying stream? Now, there's clearly one thing you have to be able to specify, which is the encoding you want. And the initial suggestion was you just make it a MIME type. And if you have things like for video, like the frame rate or stuff, that's just a parameter stuck onto the MIME type. So is that correct? Is MIME type enough to specify the encoding you want? Okay, well, then what I really want to get is the list of things we need, because we've got, yeah, let's go to this. Image height and image width. Well, one thing, this is a little odd for a recording because the recording takes a media stream as element, not a track, and image height and image width are track properties. Second of all, somebody said these properties, you should just get what's on the track. You shouldn't set it differently. But I think this is the big gap. We got a number of questions of this from the Mozilla guy who was implementing it, and he finally, we just told him to go off and do whatever he wanted.
Okay.
Because we don't know. But I really like to get this named up. What are these properties here?
So I think this should work identical to doohickeys. And what we're saying with RTP sender is that you get whatever is coming in from the track. If you want to change the height or width, change the height or width on the track. And if you don't want to change the source, clone the track and then change it on the clone.
Yeah. So that's fine. So that was the proposal. We get rid of these.
Please do.
Okay. Gary? Gary?
I think this is a question for you too. I think I might have this might have been in the early parts of the debate where I asked that these be added.
Yeah.
That's getting back to handheld devices where you would pass this, where you pass these arguments on to the native media recorder, and that one has fixed options usually. So I mean, those are independent of the track options. Well, there you go. Go look at your phone. Look at your media recorder. I think I showed you that example too. It gives you it's many media recorders just only give you a few options as far as recording is concerned, and they don't necessarily match they won't necessarily match the track because the track could be just being displayed at a different resolution. So the resolution that you're recording at can be different from the resolution that you're displaying at.
I think the same argument. I was trying to say the same argument I think would extend for doohickeys, and I think the right way to handle this would be that it gets just munged to the closest resolution that's actually supported by the underlying device.
So I would suggest actually this, I'm quite willing to take these out if that's the sense of the room. We could also discuss this on the list. If you think of properties you want to be able to set on the recorder, please send it to the list. With the goal of 3 months from now, let's have a list. Do we agree?
I sent one already. We talked about it earlier.
Yes, okay.
I want exactly the same ones that are in the track today.
Well,
to be specific, audio bit rates and sample sizes.
But you want to be able to set those separate from what's in the track? Okay,
Wait.
so there are none here. You just take what's in the track, but there's one that
Second.
Martin has suggested.
I also want to follow up on Colin. You said bitrate. Bitrate is not a property of a track. Bitrate is property of an encoding. I do think you need to be able to specify the bitrate the same way we're talking about for RTB sender being able to specify the bitrate. I think the recorder needs to indicate the bitrate.
I said bit rate. That was just a mistake. I meant sample rate.
I do think you probably want the bit rate of the recording to be able to be controlled.
Okay, so do you want to keep MIME type and add bit rate?
MIME type would be like video VP8.
Something like, yeah.
Yeah, codec and bit rate I think is all you need.
Okay, can put that, go into the minutes. We want codec and bit rate. And codec is a MIME type or, no, wait, okay.
We need something a little bit clearer
Okay.
than that. So there's, when you're recording something, there's a container type,
Yeah.
which is largely determined by the MIME type.
Yeah.
And there's the set of codecs that you use
Yeah.
for all of the different media types that you're
Yeah.
actually encoding in.
Right.
And we probably need some rules regarding what gets encoded in and how to specify the codecs and the container and the target bit rate, probably for individual codecs and tracks.
Yes, and
That's where it's funky.
it's coming back to me that when we discussed this, and this was about 2 years ago, this was intended to be the container type, and somebody said, don't worry, you can put everything else just as parameters on it.
So
That may not be true. I'm just saying that's what was said.
Parallelstrand. The MIME type is not video/WebM. And I mean, VP8 doesn't work. It doesn't have a Matroska container. It's video/WebM and the codec and the parameters to the media type. There are ones defined for almost everything. But in addition to that, you have to have the stuff that is not in the media type because it's commands to the encoder, which include at least target bitrate and there's some indication of the seekability properties you want. It's perfectly valid to have a hour-long recording with a single iframe at the beginning and no sync points in between, but it's just not terribly useful for someone who's trying to move back and forth through the recording. So at least the MIME type with parameters, the target bitrate, and some indication of seekability.
So I think the other thing too is there's one thing, I mean, everything Harold just said, but when we get to the containers and the codec, there's one thing of being able to set what you want. That's probably not going to work for any of the devices you actually want to look on. You probably need to be able to ask them what they're doing. Yes. So on some of these things, it may be enough just to find out what the format is, not to be able to control the format. But one way or another, we need
right.
Those
and that was one of the reasons for declaring this a constrainable property was that you automatically got the get capabilities to tell you, and if we don't use constraints, we'll have to put that in separately.
I might regret saying this, but I think one thing we should think about is that we have a lot of these same parameters for the RTB sender, aka the doohickeys. We might want to have doohickeys for a media recorder. And then we can have the same properties on each.
Martin Thompson, I think it's an attractive idea, but I want to see it before I'm going to commit to it.
Yeah.
Potentially, yeah, as Eka points out, potentially an attractive nuisance. Yeah, that's a blank check without.
Yeah. Yeah, that's okay. One question, though, on a doohickey, the things that are equivalent to MIME type, can you change that at runtime? Because for recording, I don't think you can. Once you declare what the container type is, you can't flip it in the middle.
Yeah, which.
Yeah. Yeah.
Just wanted, this is Roman speaking, just wanted to ask a clarifying question on MIME type. Is it just a simple MIME type, such as like video VP8, or is it the MIME type with the parameters defined for the VP8, like, or for instance, audio Vorbis, you have a whole bunch of parameters defined for the MIME type where you can specify like a low.
It was intended to be MIME type with parameters. Okay, a couple more speakers here. Questions? Yanivar behind you. Okay.
I really hate to say this, but I notice it still says constrainable properties up there. Was
That's
that
'cause-
decided?
No, that's 2 years old. And we
okay.
haven't touched it because we haven't gone back to this discussion. It's
I
all
will-
up for grabs.
I'm sorry I spoke.
Yeah.
You can hack me off the queue. Just want to clarify, we take out, if we stick with track as governing the resolution, that's fine, but that still doesn't mean that the recording that necessarily comes back is the track resolution. I'll go back internally and make sure that our drivers could support that. But if they just support fixed resolutions regardless of the track resolution, then I don't believe we should add language to the spec making that as a requirement.
Yeah.
We have to implement this on handheld devices. We're the only ones in the room I'm representing the only company in the room that has that burden. So.
Right, no, you wouldn't necessarily, we would probably want some language, not saying it has to be what's on the track. It's just you don't get to set it independent of the track, and the recorder figures out what to do given the resolution on the track.
I mean, I think this relates very much back to the Git native settings and, you know, the difference between I mean, it seems like the same problem that we have on the tracks, right? That you asked for 1080p, but you might get 720, right? And the track seems to support that model. So I don't know. I think it'll meet your requirement.
We got another couple of people over here. Go ahead.
So maybe this was already answered previously, but you had request data and then an event that fires data available.
Yeah.
Why was it that instead of just a regular asynchronous method where you put in a callback?
Well, because you're getting the data available event anyways if you put in the time slice. Say if you put in 200 milliseconds, you're going to get a data available every 200 milliseconds. So request data, it seemed like use that event always to deliver the data. So if you record all the way and you just want it to stop when it's done, or if you record and request data, or if you record and pass in a time slice, you always get the data in the same event. So you just define one handler. Okay.
Actually, another question, this is again Roman speaking, on synchronization between the time slices and replayability. Like if you're gonna get, like, for instance, is there any relationship like with having an iframe or draining the bitrate reservoir if you're doing, for instance, something like Vorbis audio encoding on the time slice? Because essentially, if you're trying to to use this to feed this into something like text to speech rack, you actually want to get all the data, or basically you want to inform the encoder that you want to basically push as much data as possible out.
So no, I'm sorry, I don't fully understand the question.
Well, I guess one of the questions is that if you can break, first of all, if you can break the audio file in parts based on the slices.
Yes.
Which essentially means that you need to have an iframe in the end of basically at the beginning of each slice, so you can store them separately. Or if they just need to be basically going to be data that you push out, that you pull out, and then you need to figure out if it's dividable at this place.
I believe the way it was defined is data you push out, and the only requirement is that you get something playable when you string it all back again. Now, for speech recognition, recognizers know how to deal with this. They say, give us 20 milliseconds of G711 or whatever it is, and they know how to deal with it.
But for instance, for the audio encoder, you can also inform essentially to drain the bit reservoir, so you actually get those 20 milliseconds versus whatever is basically being filled out and dumped.
I'm sorry, I still don't understand that.
So essentially, on the audio encoder, you can specify that you want to you want to dump as much of the encoded data as possible, versus just get whatever data that encoder returned to you up to this point. because it produces slightly different sizes of the audio data, but because of the compressing encoder, you might not have 20 milliseconds available. Like, do you want to force the encoder to basically push those 20 milliseconds out, or do you want to basically get whatever's available and then?
No, I believe the definition, when you put in milliseconds, it's milliseconds of audio time, not clock time.
Understood. Okay, that's what I meant.
Yeah. I think that's the main thing. The other thing, we might just mention it here, we've never had an MTI codec. We've never agreed that there's one format the UI, all UI should support, UA should support. And I just want to bring that up again in case anybody cares. Right now, it's up to the UA what codecs it supports.
I'm pretty sure that people care, Martin Thompson. The problem is that I think they care too much. If you can avoid this, I strongly recommend
We've
that.
avoided it so far.
I can assure it'll be in our written last call comments for the draft.
Yeah, you want what, DVI4? Wideband, right? Yeah, of course, yeah.
Yeah, I think that's it. But let me just summarize what I think we've said. I'm going to get rid of warning and on-warning. We will discuss on the list exactly what the properties we want to be able to set are. We will consider doohickeys if someone will write up a proposal. And it sounds like the MTI codec issue is back open for discussion, but there's not consensus right now to put one in. Is there anything else? That one doesn't work very well.
Okay, all right.
Okay.
Shi Junsun, Microsoft. A couple questions. Number one is the recorder constrainable is defined for the single recorder or for all the tracks? Assuming you have multiple tracks.
The recorder takes the whole stream as an argument.
Okay, right.
And it says should record in some format so that the individual tracks can be recovered. But it records everything that's in the stream.
Okay, right. So as a bit rate, basically, if we define the bit rate as the bit rate of the whole file with all the tracks.
Yeah.
Let's say assuming there are one video and two audio, that will be all the bit rate. Okay, right.
Yeah.
And another question here is if we have multiple streams, let's say one video, two audio, and how do you establish the timeline that if the stream coming from different direction, and how do you define the time? How do you align the samples in a way like that?
Streams or tracks? There's only one stream.
Tracks. Let's say the streams object has multiple tracks.
When this was initially discussed, we said that the media stream was the locus of synchronization. So the stream is supposed to do the synchronization of the tracks and then produce. So if we say 200 milliseconds, it's up to the stream to align those tracks so that the 200 milliseconds make sense.
Okay, right, fair enough. Yeah, thank you.
This is a bit of a pedantic point, but elsewhere in the spec, we've used states and callbacks to indicate state changes for media streams, or for peer connection has on ice connection state change, on ice gather, or soon have ice gather state change, on signaling state change, as opposed to specific on start, on stop type things. Is there a specific reason we chose this sort of pattern instead of like a state on state change pattern?
I think the main thing was on data available. We wanted that. We didn't want that to be a generic state change.
Well, yeah, that's not really a state change, right? But like start, stop, pause, resume are all state changes, and
Yeah,
those could be like
that could be switched. Yeah.
Does anybody else have an opinion on this? On start, on stop, on pause, on resume versus an on state change that covers all of them.
Just so it's on the recording, we had a couple of people that said an on-state change or something like that would be preferable. because it means that you can centralize your state management logic. For no other reason, I think.
Okay, so is that agreement in the room that we want on state change instead of on start, on stop, on pause, on resume? Dom, grab that.
I'm looking to see what we do on media stream track.
Yeah, I think the priority should be to look at what other similar specs do rather than what necessarily WebRTC does. I mean, WebRTC is one of the many specs, but you know, XHR is another one, and yeah, but it also has onload, and so I mean, it might be that we want both at the end, but I think the right thing to do is to look at what other specs are doing in this space.
Okay, so we haven't decided about on-state change, but I will get rid of warning, an on-warning.
Yeah. Media stream track has on started and on ended, and peer connection has various on state changes. So, you know, take your pick of precedent.
I will toss this in, and when we decide as a group how we want to handle all those things, we'll do it that way. Is that fair? Because I think, shouldn't they all be doing it the same way?
Would be nice.
Yeah, okay.
Give it some more flavor to the API. You just file as an open issue.
Gary has a comment?
IRC, I don't need a microphone. I put the summary.
Okay. Bid rate. Yeah, bid rate, mine type, but send other suggestions. Let's have some discussion on the list for what we want these properties to be, because it would be nice to get this done. And particularly, if Google's about to implement it, it would be nice if the guy was told, unlike the guy at Firefox, you know, just make up whatever you want, because we don't know.
Okay, thanks, Jim. So let's now have coffee and the two groups working out proposals for the contentious issues, and come back at 4 o'clock with each group having 10 minutes to present the results. Coffee and group work.
So has anyone seen the what are missing? So among the things we have found in the breaks is more batteries for the mics. So if anyone loses totally power to the mics, we have more speaking power. It's now time to find your spots again. And Stefan is going to say what we'll experience next.
Okay, time to get started again. I think we need a new scribe for this session. Thanks, Giri, for scribing last session. I see a lot of people raising their hands. Who should I pick? What will happen now is that the two groups, I mean, one was going to discuss ideal and the other one permission model, and when the light goes off, are going to get 10 minutes each to present what came out of the discussion. Then Giri will walk us through the image capture specification. And then after that, if we have extra time, I think Martin will describe how you use the video element to generate the media stream. But first of all, a scribe. Please, one scribe. Justin. Thank you, Justin. Media cap, yeah. So should we go with the group doing ideal first? Yeah.
So we had a discussion on ideal, and Cullen proposed an alternative syntax basically similar to what he suggested on the list, on which I don't think he gained consensus. He also indicated that he would object to simply keep the existing syntax and add ideal, which I think otherwise participants were reasonably in favor of. So I guess we don't have a very clear conclusion. I guess one way or the other right now, it sounds like we would have an objection, but that's also stuff we can deal with if needed.
So I think it was actually Justin's proposal of that, and I think what I'll do is I'll try and write up a little bit of a proposal of a serious simplification of the constraint stuff, and send it to the list and see what people think of it from there, and we can take it from that, because I think ideal allows us to greatly simplify something that's just slowly grown way too complicated and is not converging. And hopefully we can get some convergence on that. If we do, we great. If we don't, oh, I don't know, after IETF. No, seriously, think about the timeline of how many other documents we have going on right now. Yeah, after IETF. Sorry? August 15th.
So you're suggesting that your write-up will take that long to produce? I'm just looking. I want to see your write-up sooner than that, if that's what we're going to be gating on. That's all.
Yeah. Okay. I mean, well, you know, yeah. Before the next version of Jessup. I mean, which thing is more important to you, right? I mean, okay, I don't know when. We'll put it on a higher priority list than that. But I mean, there's just the sheer number of stuff that we,
I mean, if you count the weeks between now and IETF and the sheer number of documents we think we're going to last call and move forward, it's a long list.
1. For media capture, the number is 1. Having a single participant claim that because he cannot produce a proposal, we will delay the process for 2 months is not useful. If you can't do this within reasonable time for the context of this particular task force, please find someone else you trust to do it.
It'll be well done well before the permission model is agreed to by the working group. No problem with that. That I guarantee.
I know how you can guarantee that if you include you in the consensus.
But for my understanding, I mean, did people in that group object staying with the current model and not introducing ideal? Because in the document we have something that is sort of workable.
So the consensus, but one that I felt from the discussion, is that people felt that ideal did help make it simpler to express what most developers would want, and would just be a good addition to the current proposal.
Yeah, you should have just stopped at acceptable. But anyway, I think, yeah, okay. There were definitely disagreements in the group, and some people were fine with, could live with adding ideal to the existing, when I say existing, to what is in the document today, the editor's draft today. And I know Cullen definitely disagreed with that, and I'm not saying he's the only one.
I'd be happy with adding ideal to what was in the editor's draft 3 weeks ago, right? And moving back to that, or is it roughly 3 weeks, right? Okay, that's fine with me, but I think that that's a much better syntax than the one that we have as of these last couple of days. We said as a working group, we'd write it up and see what it looked like. We've written it up, and I very promptly put on my list, no, I think that the old syntax is better than the new syntax, and explained why. So I don't think that's unreasonable of me to say. It was not. You know, when we asked, should we put this in the working group, we had, I think, on my count, 2 people who replied to that email on the list. I'm not saying there wasn't more that would have agreed had they been reading the list, but it was not like we had strong consensus for that change or anything. And no one knew what it looked like. It ended up looking much different than what was proposed on the list before it went in, which is fine. I'm not objecting to any of that. But when we look at it now, I prefer the old syntax to the new. I would be happy to add ideal to the old syntax. I'd be happy to propose something that I think a lot of people will find a much simpler syntax than either of those 2 syntax. And I'm willing to try and do that before IETF if that's the timing that it needs to happen on. I can prioritize however it needs to happen. I just didn't, you know, it delays other things, that's all.
Okay. Look like Suhas, you wanted to say something. Okay. Okay, so that is where we are on that topic. What about the other group? Permissions.
This one's already here. Very simple. We talked at some length about what it means to have an application disconnect its consent to disconnect the source and turn the light off for a particular stream while still retaining access to that stream. The basic idea there is that if there's some sort of hardware mute or the application uses the enable flag to disable a particular track, we would turn off, well, that would naturally have the source disconnect from the track, which means that for something like a little light that's on your camera on one of these machines, that light would naturally go off. But we would require that the browser indicate when A, an application can access media, and B, a different indicator when the application is accessing media. And those would be the only requirements that we would place on browsers. And however they do that is up to them.
I just wanted to clarify, and both, like, if I set the enable thing or via the hardware, I set the, what's the name of the other one?
Muted, I think
Muted.
it is. Yeah.
So if either enable or muted mean that I can't be receiving media, then the light or whatever the indicator
light may
is,
go off.
May go off. Will go off, may go off.
Well,
yeah, sorry, not on the light, whatever. The indicator will go off.
If this is your indicator for you are capturing media, then that will be the case. The light will go off. If this is your indicator for maybe capturing media, then, and this is really down to the language that the designer of the browser and the device that's in use speaks to their user, and we don't really want to stipulate too much in that regard. But in most cases, it'll be the light goes on when you are actively capturing. That's
right,
what
and the
people
light
expect.
being off does not necessarily mean it could not come back on again and begin capturing,
That's
depending
right.
on the device. So,
So
that's right.
So we'll need a second indicator that says the app can access media, and that same thing will have to be indicated when you've got a persistent permission, and it's basically whenever you're visiting the site. If it's a temporary grant and you have an active media stream, as long as you have, media stream track, when you have an active media stream track that hasn't ended yet, then we'll have to have an indicator for the duration of that track. Only when you call stop or navigate away such that that track ends will you have that indicator disappear. I think that was the conclusion we came to. If anyone has any problem with that, then we also discovered some massive new problems on the WebRTC side of things as a result of this. So,
quick question on that one, though. Did you guys come to a conclusion about when the indicator that indicates you're actively recording goes off, is there any hysteresis or time on that it stays on to avoid the blink problem? Did you resolve that too?
We didn't talk about that, but I think there's an expectation that there will be a delay before that indicator goes off, and that's fairly typical as well. A matter of seconds perhaps, but this is that's probably worth adding as well.
Oh, I don't agree that's an appropriate thing for our specification to say. That's up to programmers. That's up to the browser engineers.
Sure, but the sense here is that there's an indicator when it is actively capturing.
Absolutely,
and we'll make sure that that indicator is noticed so that someone can't flick something on and back off again without the user noticing. And that means things like hysteresis and whatnot.
I guess my point is the security requirement stuff should be in the draft. If it's if you think it's flashing too much, I don't understand why that seems like no more relevant than whether it should be a camera or a microphone or a camera microphone.
I think the concern is that you don't want to drive by coming in, capturing a frame of video with the indicator not even registering because it's so fast, and that's the only concern there.
Because they can't just do that with a microphone?
Of course they can. We're requesting that there be an explicit indicator for that as well. Maybe we're not done. Let's talk about that one some more.
This is it needs to be noticeable. None of your business how we do it. We have people whose jobs this is.
Yes, I think that's it. I think that's fine.
Okay. Do you want to raise the new issue?
Not here.
Okay.
I was
you want to make people wait till tomorrow to hear?
Oh yeah, that can be. The anticipation. Okay. It's all about the anticipation.
I would like someone to take over writing this up.
I'm writing an email right now. If someone wants to take it, then this is really straightforward.
Yes.
So.
I'll
put an email to the list. I can't promise that I'll do a pull request, but we can talk about that once we've discussed it a bit more on email.
Yeah, just to be clear, we didn't agree necessarily on enabled being the surface to control this, but other than that, that's some way to release the camera, but not the permission.
Okay, thank you. Now, Giri, it's your turn.
Okay. Who's driving it? Ted or you? Yeah. Could you do me a favor and also bring up a browser session browsing to the website that I just posted in IRC? Bring that up really quick. Not a slide set. It's just going to GitHub. It's showing the latest version of the spec. Okay. Yeah. Could you scroll down? Yeah. I'm looking at it. Right there. That's good enough. Yeah, just stop. Okay. So for people in this room who aren't that familiar, I've presented this several times to this particular task force. This is a image capture API definition. This is meant primarily for handheld devices with integrated cameras. So if you're just interested in webcams, you can go back to email or take a nap or whatever. So the basic idea is that this was first defined a little over a year ago as an event target. So it provides a means, if a media stream is being created from a capture device, of creating, of setting, of setting camera, camera settings, rich camera settings that are not normally available on a webcam. It also provides two methods for taking a photo. One is called take photo, which returns an encoded image, like a JPEG image, usually a JPEG image. The other one that was put in the request of some developers is called grab frame, which returns an image data object. So in theory, this could allow for real-time image processing to take place in JavaScript. So this, I'm not going to go in detail in the specification. I'm just going to leave it to people in the audience to read this. Okay, Ted, could you switch back to the slide deck? There you go. Okay. Now we go to the next slide. Okay, so just one thing to note on the set options for setting camera options. Camera options can be set for several different reasons, not just due to call of this method. There's also end user interaction. Remember, these are physical capture devices. The end user can change settings themselves. So since this is an event target currently, you can listen for a settings change on it, even though the settings may change for reasons outside of just an invocation of set options. Okay, Ted, could you move to the next slide? Thanks. Okay, so last time I talked about this was a TPAC in 2013. It was last year in China, last November. So we agreed upon a couple of new additions. So I've added those in there. One I talked specifically about was adding a zoom setting. I would have liked to have had this on the on media stream itself as a constraint, but the group decided that that was a bit of a too big a bite to chew at this time. Another thing I've added is an autofocus option, so it's a binary setting. I run into an open issue. I don't need an answer today, but I mean, when you do not have autofocus, when you have, I don't want to call it manual focus, but I mean, when you have focus over a range, what's the best way to handle it? I did a platform survey, and there are a lot of different options for this. Right now, since the spec doesn't say anything about it, if autofocus is disabled, it's just assumed that the end user will have to go in and directly manipulate the capture device to manually set a focus setting. Okay, can we go on?
Just a quick question. So the autofocus stuff, is only for the take photo scenario? You know, are we not considering autofocus for you know, media stream recorder or for peer connection scenarios?
You don't. Okay. No, you are not considering that for media stream currently. It would have to be in the constraints mechanism if you were to do that.
Implementation behavior then. Okay.
Yeah. Another thing, if you're going to have a image capture capability, you should, particularly with an integrated camera device, you should have a way to get a preview stream. So during the last TPAC, it was agreed upon that I had a preview stream. It's a special video stream that is attached to the image capture object. It wouldn't be something that I would recommend sending across a peer connection, but in theory you could. If you've seen camera streams, they're generally low frames per second, preview streams, I should say, they're generally low frames per second, higher resolution. You know, and they sometimes have an effect when the autofocus is in play, where they actually show the lens moving. But this is now part of the specification. So there are no special security properties in the preview stream. If somebody wants to add it to an RTC PC, that's up to them. Okay, we can go on to the next one. Okay, several interested parties have asked about making take photo a promise-based method. I found no reasonable arguments against it, and so I've added a additional section to the specification where I recast the image capture object as a you know, with promise-based methods. So take photo and grab frame are now promise-based methods. Harold had pointed out that, you know, you don't get overloading of classes in WebIDL, so that may not be the right way to go. I need to investigate that a little bit more. I think one thing that also got a little goofy was that I still had to keep set options as a non-promise based function because it had an event handler. The reason was that promises do not work very well if the handler has to be invoked multiple times. So now you have this kind of unusual thing where you have a combination of an event target with promise-based methods. I'm open to suggestions on that, but I mean, it's maybe the best thing to do is just abandon the promise-based approach if we can't get it any cleaner. Yeah. Out of battery. There's another one up here.
One. So I think it doesn't make sense to have both an interface that is promise-based and the other that enables a pure events approach. And I think it would be fine to have take photo and which one, grab frame to be promise-based only and not having both a version where it's available as a promise and a version where it's available as events-based. I would go with just promise, and if options need to use events, then so be it. I mean, I think that's reasonable.
Okay, so there's this, yeah, that wasn't quite what I meant. If you go to the very last section where I define it, I have three methods defined. Set options, which is not promise-based, and the two other methods, which are promise-based and make sense. They're all hanging off of an event target. And I've not, you know, I've looked at other specs like Web Crypto, which is promise-based. I've looked at all sysapps working group, and they generally specifications take two options. They either are event targets or they're promise-based. They don't mix them like this.
Yeah, I mean, again, I don't think it's necessarily an issue. The events are for when you have multiple callbacks, so it's a reasonable fit in terms of how you model it in the spec, I would probably put the options into an object of itself that would then be the event target, so that you don't have this mix-up of paradigm. But at the end of the day, I think it's mostly cosmetic rather than fundamental. I mean, I think using promise where you have a single callback makes sense, and using events where you have multiple callbacks makes sense.
Okay, if there's no problem, that's fine. Shijin.
A few comments. Shijin from Microsoft. First, since the interface is constructed from a video stream track, right?
I believe it's a video stream. That's the. Is it a video stream track or video stream? I'm going off.
Yeah. So either way.
Yeah. Okay.
The video stream
or media
track
stream.
or video stream.
Yeah, it's a media stream. Yeah. Okay.
Could be defined if it's a video only, and
yeah.
So,
okay.
That's one comment. And another comment is really if you're talking about a photo, from a device perspective, and the photo, the camera device can have a video pin, can have a photo pin, and from video pin you get a video stream, and you got probably up to 1080p today. That's pretty much you got. But for the photo pin, you got multiple whatever resolution support, and you can get 15 meg and whatever 20 megapixel even, and with a much higher quality because you from the photo pin, the device allows more exposure time, and give you enough the photons into the sensor to get higher quality, and it's not something you want to capture from the video stream. You can do that with a video with a canvas today. Have the video stream, put on canvas, you can capture that. So just want to make sure whether the spec is scoped only for video capture photo from video stream. If you're talking about capture really from the photo pin, like the most of the camera apps on the modern devices, and then we need to rethink about the interface. Maybe when we generate the stream, that should be something called a photo stream, rather than just limited to video stream today. I mean, video stream track.
Okay, so
that's a comment.
Yeah, it's a valid comment, and we went back and forth on this internally. Qualcomm Innovation Center, my organization, actually extended the old Android browser with the camera API, and that was the genesis for this work. The way we handle the preview stream, well, we first created a media stream. What's the equivalent of a media stream? Media stream didn't even exist at that time, and it was relatively low res, relatively high frames per second, so it would follow the user as he's moving around. But then when he was ready to take the image and he had his finger pressed on the button, or when he was saying I'm going into picture mode, I'm going to when he said I'm going to go into photo mode, then that stream would transition automatically to high res, low FPS, and exactly like you said. Now, we're in a bit of an issue here in that the media stream that's being considered could be used for peer connection, for two-way P2P video phone, where you want low res, high rate. But it could be also used for this application, for applications that are just concerned about taking photos, right? So, the only thing I could do is just say, okay, so the media stream is created as low res, high FPS, so it's suitable for peer connection. But when you pass it to this and get an image capture object out, the image capture object has attached to it a preview stream. The preview stream is actually one thing that you can display to a user who's getting set to take photos. If that's not implementable in Windows, let me know. File a bug, take a look at this. I'm more than happy to take. I did look at how it's done in Win8, and yeah, you're right. It doesn't map cleanly to the way it's done in the native layer. I'm not. Yeah. So, yeah. So, of course, if I work with you, I'm gonna expect us to get into IE 12. So you'll have to make that commitment. All right, Ted, could you go to the next slide? I mean, that kind of is segueing into my next comment. Who's actually implementing this? There's no point in taking this back in the last call unless I get more feedback on this. As far as I know, Mozilla's done this, FFOS, they've done a take photo implementation. I don't think that they've implemented this completely, but I know that they've done the take photo method. I haven't seen this in the Chrome bugs. They certainly didn't make it into IE 11. So, I don't know. I don't know if there's any plans to implement this in Blink. I haven't seen anything as such. So, I'm not expecting any answers today. Nobody here has control over the roadmap, but I think it's something to take. Yeah. All right. Any other questions before I turn this? Any other questions before I give the floor back to the chairs? Yeah, Peter.
I mean, this might be a little bike shedding, but names are kind of important to me. And you have image in one place and photo in the other and frame in the other. I can understand the frame because it's like a different type. But why is it photo in some places and image in the other?
Oh, okay. So
one word for all the things.
I'm open to changing the names. I mean, we're early enough, and we're early enough as far as implementations are concerned. I mean, that was take photo was legacy. That was something that's from the very early days of this task force. So I didn't want to change that the name of that method. Calling it photo capture, the overall object.
No, I thought it was image capture.
Yeah, it wasn't gonna. Everything, the discrepancy arrived from take photo, which may not be the best term. But calling it photo capture wasn't great either because there's a grab frame method off of that. So
I'd suggest just calling it image everywhere where it currently says photo, so it's consistent. Frame, I understand is different, but
okay, that's fine. We can so noted. I'll take that to the mailing list.
That's it.
All right. Anything else? Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Giri. So next item was, I think, any other discussions. And what we have on that list for now is Martin, who's going to talk a bit about creating a media stream from a video element.
So before we do that, Martin sort of hinted at this earlier, but I realize this is still a media capture issue. We haven't figured, so we realized when we were discussing earlier that we don't in fact know how to change the camera when you're in a video call. So like you're in a video call and you want to change from the front camera to back camera, and we don't in fact know how to do that. And the only answer which the specification actually tells you how to do is to do remove track followed by add track, which seems repulsive. So we don't think that's really awesome because it's like the vast majority of things do not require any kind of renegotiation and also don't want to cause blanks, both of which these things will do. So at least one of these options is to somehow reacquire, take the existing media stream and divert it and have it reacquire a different camera. And if that's the thing we want to do, then that's actually a media stream API topic.
Let me just give you a use case that makes it clearly in this task group, which is I'm recording a video and I want to swap back and forth between the video and front in one continuous recording, which is a fairly common thing for people to do on cameras. Just, right, the recording a step.
No, we actually have a solution for that, I think. Yeah, which is what Stefan was going to ask me to stand up and talk about.
Oh, you mean you're a white canvas?
No. You can
listen and learn.
Yeah. Shall I talk about that now? I don't think I've got much presentation wise. So. No, because that's a nasty one. Well, actually, it can solve that problem too, unfortunately. Gee, I didn't think I was that secure. There was a presentation there. It's not particularly exciting. There we go. And it's not the first one. It's like slide 7 or something like that. Yep. Down. Because I was lazy and I put them all together. So let's. It's a Chromebook. What can we say?
Option 2 is the
No, keep going. Oh, this is the wrong one. This is the WebRTC ones. These are the wrong slides. Yeah, so this is something that was added to the stream processing API that I'm talking about right now. When the W3C decided to go with Web Audio, they lost this feature, and it turns out that it's really very useful feature. You want to go to, is this it? Yeah, capture stream until ended, and capture stream. So these are two things. I'm not entirely clear on the difference between the two of them when it comes down to it. But the idea here is that you have a media element, a video tag or an audio tag, that's playing some media. And you ask that media element to produce for you a media stream of what it's playing. And I think this is why it answers Cullen's question, is that you can take, and it also potentially changes, is one workaround for that stupid track switching thing, but I think we need a better answer to that. The idea here is that you can play some media, capture what's being played, then take the resulting media stream and feed it into web audio, feed it into web video that doesn't currently exist, feed it into peer connection, feed it into Canvas, feed it into whatever other things that you need or might like to do. As I understand it, the difference between the two APIs is that capture stream simply captures an unending stream from that media element. It never ends. It'll produce blank or something if you pause the stream or the stream ends, or the input streams end. And capture stream until ended waits till the stream stops, and then the resulting stream also stops. So your input stop, your output stop, which means that if you switch between sources, so if you actually go to the video element dot source object or whatever it is now equals something else, you will end up with the stream stopping that has been produced. And we use this all the time in our testing currently. So we have a lot of tests out there that pull out of a file, and they use the media element to read the file and then produce a stream out of that, and we can then take that stream and feed that into the media stream graph that we have for dealing with web audio, as an example.
Justin Eberty, does this only apply to audio and video tags, or will this also apply to things like canvases and stuff?
Yeah, so we currently only implement video and audio, and Canvas, I think, is on one of my later slides, because I know that people have asked us about Canvas and capturing what's in Canvas, and that's definitely an interesting thing, because Canvas does a lot of stuff. And there is also the generic question, can you do it on a P tag or a div tag, and any block scale HTML tag, and I'm not sure that we really want to go there, but the possibilities there.
Yeah. I have a question related to tracks. I mean, the way a video element is defined is that you have one video track selected.
Yeah.
So if you swap to another one, you would still have only one video track on the outcoming media stream.
So the point of that is to render to the output stream what is being displayed or what is being rendered. And this is where it comes down to Eka's question. No, you don't actually have to have the video tag currently visible or rendering to make one of these streams. So you're effectively rendering to an offline buffer so that you can produce a stream without displaying it for the purposes of taking it to a media stream, like a web audio, or transmitting it across the network or something like that. So it enables load from file, send it over WebRTC, for instance.
For the audio tracks, it's defined that all enabled audio tracks are mixed by the video element.
Right.
But I guess you produce only one outgoing audio track.
think that's the theory. Now, what actually happens in Firefox, the implementation that we have right now, is that media streams only have one track of each type. And that's largely because of this, because this is where our implementation of media stream actually originally comes from. We didn't have WebRTC before we had this. This is actually older than that. So
one clarifying question that I asked him earlier, so I'm asking you again. The video that is output from a video element using this mechanism, that's the same video that comes into the video element, right? There's no cropping or gray bars or anything like that applied to it?
as I understand it, yes. Well, yeah. So as I understand it, the video doesn't even enter, like the video that's passed to the stream is not the video that's being rendered. We actually take a tap from much earlier in the rendering pipeline to grab that media out. So it may not get the black bars, the pillar boxing stuff. But now I'm guessing, and I'd have to ask the relevant folks. I can chase up on that one for you if you like. Unmodified, yeah. I thought that was the case. Because one of the things that that gave Tim in particular heartburn about getting from Canvas was that in Canvas there's a trip to RGB space before going back to YUV space, and that gave him conniptions, I think, because he doesn't like the idea of the performance hit that color space conversion causes.
On the audio part, you mentioned the purpose can be used with web audio, but audio tag and the video tag can be input to web audio graph already today. And will this buy you more in addition to that?
Okay, didn't realize that was possible. So
possible, yeah. You can audio tag and the video can be used as input.
I think we implement this implement that then as
okay
with this as the primitive.
And also assume when you got the stream out of video and the audio, you want that to be in the compressed space, right? For example, it's a H.264 stream, it's a compressed MP3 whatsoever streams, and or uncompressed.
The idea of tracks and streams as we represent them here are these are represented in the abstract. So what the browser does to actually implement this getting into, say, the web audio graph or something like that might involve decompression at certain points, but we don't actually stipulate where that decompression occurs.
Okay, right. At least on the audio side, I don't see any, at least in myself, I don't see any kind of additional scenario here. And for video, I don't know. So given it's not really, we don't have any scenario defined like similar to kind of a web audio. So it's hard to say.
So one example for this one is simply creating a test call.
Yeah, I see one potential thing. If we combine the media stream here with the recording, you can make a transcoder. And that might be one way, but I don't really see the WebRTC here. And you know, if you have a file compressed already, share the file and kind of send it over in the RTC. If you have enough bandwidth, you might be able to send it over, faster than 1x.
That is actually a good point. If you wanted to send the compressed file over, but that's not actually going to be particularly good for a call to a legacy device or something like that. So, say you're interacting with an IVR and you want to use recorded DTMF tones or something stupid like that.
I don't know. Anyhow, I don't think that's a typical RTC scenario.
No. Yeah. The right way to deal with this is yes.
Yeah. So anyway, one way to think about it, maybe from a transcoding perspective, that might be something. But for transcoding, we might want to define a separate API and just make that for video editing really in general, rather than doing this. Anyway.
Suhas, just adding to responding to Harold's question. As a person who has used this API, we does not do any cropping or anything with the video. We just take it, decode it, and put it back based on the target video element or the audio element.
I thought that's what it was, but I wasn't certain. Gary?
Yeah. So say you're say the video is coming in as like an MPEG dash scenario. So I have a couple of questions. You had mentioned that the video tag may not even be visible, but you could still have like multiple video, multiple audio tracks, and of course tracks of another kind like a CC track. I'm assuming that you're envisioning that the non-video, non-audio tracks wouldn't go into the media stream, but you'd still have to select a default video and a default audio track.
Yeah, so the usual selection criteria apply for video tracks, which I forget exactly what the rules are, but it's the first enabled or the one, something like that.
Okay. And
whatever the usual rules are for playback apply to the selection.
Okay, and my second question is, if you're doing MSE, like a source append, have you tested this out and seen that the that you're still able to capture and create the media stream without glitches, without interruptions? Have you done that?
Yes. So as long as the video is playing back without gaps, then we can create a stream without gaps. I mean, there's obvious performance problems can result from that, but as far as I'm aware, the only thing that we've implemented this for that would have been exposed to that was the web audio stuff and the media recorder stuff, which I think is only audio. So that's
okay.
We haven't run into performance issues because it's simply not that taxing to do this.
So I guess
so I do have more slides if there are. Right, there's some other open questions, I guess.
I think
Jessup's
want to make sure got a question here.
Jessup's got questions, but he knows more about this than I do.
If you can hear me, I actually had comments, not questions.
Okay.
We can hear you.
Okay. No, I'm very much a proponent of this. I didn't get a chance to write anything up. I also want to very much say point out, as there was mentioned on the fly there, that having a source from a canvas is also a useful thing to have. And you'd probably either strobe it, say capture a frame now, or tell it to capture off a timer. But this is a very useful tool and makes media streams much more usable and helps complete the abilities implied by a lot of our use cases, like displaying something while you're on hold and all that sort of thing.
Yep. Can we go to the next slide? I don't know what it is.
No, mine's a quick question.
Yeah.
So when you're doing audio, can you play something in an audio tag that's put into one of these streams without it going to your speakers? I guess basically, I mean, in testing that wouldn't matter, but
absolutely yes.
Okay.
Yep. So you set the audio tag not to render, and it doesn't render.
Right. So Dan Burnett. So this is really cool. I like this a lot. I'm still looking for sort of like the if you have 30 seconds to tell a web developer what the mental model is for what they're going to get when they use this. So I'm still looking for what that is, because there's some subtleties in terms of where you're getting access to it. It's not really being rendered because it's not, your video isn't.
It's what would be rendered if the media tag would be rendered. No, the output of the rendering process.
No, it's not. Right, but then you said except, right? So that's. So
okay, this is the big question. Yeah.
Right.
Understood.
So the only comment really that I was going to make is that anything that you can do to sort of simplify that mental model and have it still be consistent, of course, across audio and video, whatever, would really, really, really help it a lot.
Yeah, I think the except for the black bars is a little bit sticky. I'll probably have to put that down as an issue, because that's the only except that I'm aware of. That's the only caveat that I'm aware of on this one. So the caveat is that if the rendering of the video tag would be putting in pillar boxes or black bars or whatever, those won't get translated to the output stream. That's in our implementation. Obviously, we're open to changing it, but adding black bars seems non-useful.
Please don't fix that.
Yeah. I'd be opposed to that, but if people really clamored for it, I think we probably
You know,
I
if you
can
want
see
black
that.
bars, use a canvas. If you don't want black bars, use video.
That's not a bad point. Thank you very much. Solved. Next.
Okay, a media stream can be the source of a video element, and now we can capture a media stream back from that video element.
Correct.
Are there any differences between the two? What differences could there be between the two media streams?
The differences would be that any unrendered video would not be present in the output video, and all of the audio inputs would be mixed, which is the way that display into a video element works effectively.
Okay, thanks.
Yes, you absolutely can cascade it through as many video elements as you please. No, it's not going to do anything, but after the first one, it's a null.
It helps heat the universe.
Yeah, that's right. The eventual heat death of the universe is accelerated. So the two topics that Rock thought were basically the only open issues with this one. Obviously, we've had a long discussion here, and there has to be something in there that came out. Gary.
On the last bullet there, you talk about the potential drawback.
Oh, I haven't even talked about this one yet.
Oh, okay. Okay, I thought you were concluding the talk. Can you go, maybe, I'm premature. Okay, I'll just raise my concern and let you address it in the context of that last bullet.
Yeah, so
you haven't even
I have now this slide and the next slide which deal with the issues that Rock was aware of as being open issues on the work that was there, and we can discuss that. Do you want me to go through the intro first? And
yeah,
then,
I think
then
you
you can
go
ask
through
that
it.
sort of
Sorry,
stuff?
I'll do a never mind in that. Sorry.
So there's various cross-origin things that we have to be aware of in this context. If you render a video tag from another origin, so you're on example.com and you've got example.org's content and you're rendering that needs to be inaccessible to you. The basic property here is that those inputs cause the output of this process to be also inaccessible in the same way. So the properties of the inputs are copied to the properties of the outputs. And if that means mixing, you get some interesting effects. So if I'm mixing media from multiple different origins, the output is mixed and it has to be completely inaccessible to everyone except the user. That's just a property, invariant property of the web sandbox. You can't make content that's been acquired through cross-origin requests accessible to a page. And the way that we do that is we tag things with an origin, and there's nothing here other than just saying that we need to make sure that we tag things appropriately. And there's a number of sort of little interesting gotchas that come along here. The first one is that at the HTTP layer, if you're doing something like Dash or streaming media, you can get a redirect midstream. And that redirect can take you to another site, which means the origin properties of an individual track can change dynamically over time. And you can also change sources explicitly by setting the source object or the source attribute of the media element. And that also causes the output, the thing that's being rendered, to change its origin properties. And you just, the application is very simple. You take the inputs and you copy them to the outputs. If you're doing any mixing, it means that you create something that has to be completely isolated as opposed to something that's specifically origin tagged. The last point there was that we don't have any current way of sending example.com's own content, which I think is perfectly okay because they should already have it. So if you have a video tag that's downloaded media from example.com and you create a media stream from that, that media stream will be tagged HTTP
s://example.com. That's the origin that it'll get. And you won't be able to take that media and send it over WebRTC to example.com because we just don't work that way just yet. Our identity stuff just doesn't work that way. Now, we can change that, but that's just not how it works.
Oh, okay.
Because this is the question that Gary wanted to.
Yeah, no, I mean, I'll get to my comment here. So we know that the media streams can be created by video tags that are served by something like MPEG- or HLS.
Yep.
The the restriction you have in the last bullet doesn't address one key use case for broadcasters, which is content redistribution on a local network. So basically, you're saying that WebRTC in the local network will not be allowed to redistribute content, even though it's probably kosher from the as far as the as far as the domain owner is concerned.
So in the case that you want the content to be available to the local machine, the app running in the local browser, if the origin of the application matches the origin of the content, it's accessible to the application, and then it can send it wherever it damn well pleases, which is your content redistribution case. So if you're on example.com and you're loading content from example.com, that content is accessible to you. You can do what you want with it. The only problem is that if the content is cross-origin, it comes from example.net, then you can't send example.net's content anywhere you please because it's not yours.
This is just an extension of the existing properties.
This is an extension of the existing properties.
And
I'm just pointing out, how it all works.
Okay, so
there's nothing revolutionary here. This is basic stuff.
All right, that's good.
Right. So all you're saying is we have not enhanced WebRTC to allow you to exfiltrate cross-origin data back to yourself.
Yes.
Though we might someday, though God knows how we do that.
Oh, it's actually not particularly difficult. It's just that I don't see much point in putting the work in.
I think I probably know how to do it, but
Yeah, I've got a fair idea how we do it as well, and it sucks. I don't want to implement it.
This seems like a totally acceptable state of affairs.
Yes.
The issue is, I think, let me see if I can rephrase it. Yeah. Is it if you have cross-origin content, you cannot create a media stream from that cross-origin content.
No, you can, but that media stream becomes inaccessible to you.
What's confusing here? Let's just talk about like if the site JavaScript comes from example.org, and you have a image tag or a video tag which is sourced from example.com, then you obviously can't access the video because that'd be violating SOP. And so all Martin is saying is that is true even if you're doing a call to somebody who on the other side actually is example.org. Like we don't breach the sandbox for that. That's all.
Yeah, exactly. Totally cool. This is all. Yeah, right. So, yes, the entire deck could use some work. I just wanted to talk through this, make sure that there was no concerns with the whole sandbox model. I think the next one is probably more interesting, unless someone's got some major issues here. Yeah. I read the first half of this slide deck on the plane and went, man, that's terrible, and redid it, and then I didn't do the second half. All right, so this one's more interesting, and it has some ramifications potentially for things like media recorders. So streams can become effectively blocked for any number of reasons. So the example here is that if someone has a video tag that's producing a media stream being rendered to them, they've got all of the controls available to them, they can hit the pause button on that stream, and that will cause something to be produced in that media stream. Probably the same frame that was being displayed at the time the pause button was hit. That effectively blocks
that media stream. If that media stream is subsequently being fed into a media recorder, what do we record? And other cases are if it becomes isolated for some reason, say you switch to some other source for that video tag, what happens then? If we pause in the WebRTC context, so the other side stops actively sending you media for any reason, and you know that they've actively stopped sending you media as opposed to you just getting like junk or emptiness coming out of that end. What do you produce in the output? And all these sorts of other things. So usually this manifests as frozen frames or solid black in video and silence in audio. And the question is, what do we do from the media recorder side of things to deal with this? Do we want to actually record the original video or the video as modified by the user when they hit pause and all of the other stuff that's happened in this process? Harold has a comment.
I'll listen. And frozen frame seems to be, to me, or all these blocked things seem to me to be pretty much identical to what we define muted for. And I think it makes sense to have the result of a media element be blocked should be that the output stream is muted, and it makes sense for the recorder to have an option to say record black when muted or don't record anything when muted. So it seems to me that this is something that we actually have the right tools available for.
Correct. That was my assessment as well.
That makes me wonder about if a user has a video element and they're watching it and they go back in time, rewatch, say 30 seconds of it, does it re-record that 30 seconds?
Oh yeah, at that point I think we'd have to say that.
So everything, it's the user experience that we're recording?
We're producing a stream of whatever that video element is rendering. Now this is really talking about the case where that video element is no longer actively rendering something. If you just go back in time or seek around, then that basically enables an interesting form of video editing, I guess.
Yeah, but so if I'm a user and I'm using this as an interesting form of video editing and I used pause,
then you would not use the option that we're talking about. So I think it should be optional that you pause the recording when the input streams and tracks become muted. And there's also the question of, well, what if one gets paused and another one, you got multiple tracks and one of them gets muted or whatever.
That was
I think we sort of addressed that on the mailing list and said that if any stream is making progress, then you continue recording all of the streams, or maybe some of them. There's a number of little corner cases questions there, but I think we can address that. Time continues to progress in the recording is the point, as long as some input is progressing.
Dan Burnett. So is this really something that only applies to recording, or is this something where we could actually just define what kind of source it's creating and then use the source terminology for everything else that we do in WebRTC, right? So we say this is a source, and the source can end up with certain properties, right? It can be muted, it can be whatever, exactly.
So Harold was suggesting that we map this state to muted, which is effectively a property of a source.
Right, which is why I was just making that in a more general question, which is if we're able to do the definitions in terms of this creates a source with the following properties.
Yep.
And under these conditions, it behaves like a source that does this. Under these conditions, it behaves like a source that does this. And then we don't have to define everything else, right? Because we know what happens for peer connections, media recorders, et cetera, for a source that behaves a certain way.
Yeah, so you'll notice that the only one of these that actually pertains to the capture stream until whatever is the first of the items that I've listed here. And the rest of them apply to other similar things.
The idea was to make the model generic like that. Yeah.
Do we need anything for recording? Can't you just react to unmuted events and then call pause and be done?
Yeah, so someone asked that question on the mailing list, and my response was that if you do that, you end up with situations where you can potentially miss frames when things resume again because of the way that the browser model works. So the input stream is going to hit the muted state. You're going to fire the event. That event's going to get enqueued. The JavaScript's going to get round to processing it. There may be some time lag that operates there. Now, obviously, on the pause, you might get a little bit of black. That's not too bad, but on the resume, you're going to miss stuff. So,
this is Adam. I think in the ideal case, it would be great if let's say now we have a media element capturing to a stream fed into a recorder. If we could like isolate those steps, so we wouldn't have to have a special case for when a stream is sourced by a media element or is sourced by a pair connection. We should have definite borders.
That's Dan's comment as well. Yeah, exactly. And I think we're all nodding our heads in agreement here. I think this maps very well to the source for this stream has become muted, and as a result, we react in these ways, and perfectly reasonable. I think that's all I have here. I think there was something else. Oh yeah, there was something else. One more slide, please, Ted. Yeah, boring process stuff. So what do we want to do with these things? We found it pretty useful, but there hasn't been a lot of interest to date, but people have sort of seem fairly interested in the topic right now. So I think the options are the options. I like the last one.
I just have a question about the name. I mean, capture stream until ended. It's the first thing I thought was like extremes never end, but then it's the media elements that's ending, right? Could we have like render to media stream or something? It feels like
okay.
It would be more.
There's a bike shed over there. Take your paint. I don't care what it's called. We have it behind a prefix, so it's pretty trivial for us to change it at this point. I'm sure that's one of the lowest items on the priority list. This, to me, seems like a more pertinent question. Is it an abomination, or should we adopt the kitten?
So we should definitely adopt it. My preference would be to put it as a separate spec so that we don't delay get user media, but clearly this, I mean, I've gotten the question about this specific feature more times than I can name. So clearly this is needed, and this seems to do what we need.
So let's try the quick hand raising exercise.
Actually, no, I have
one more comment?
one relevant comment related to process here. Web and TV interest group, we conducted a gap analysis. I was personally in charge of the WebRTC gap analysis. I did that, and I grouped everything, including WebRTC, media capture, etc. We had a media content protection line item, and I said, well, WebRTC has no way of creating media streams out of a video tag, so I'm going to punt on that and say we don't have to worry about it. I think the IG is going to have to re-review this if we go forward with this feature. I'm sure you have an answer, but I still have to go and convince the rest of those guys about it.
Okay.
Go ahead.
So the stuff I was talking about with isolation,
I understand.
addresses that concern.
I understand, but but a lot of those guys are broadcasters, and I need to convince them that that's true. That's why I was asking you about that. Second thing is this going? I think if we're going to consider this, I think we should say in general, is this the way you would create a media stream from a file and get rid of that file picker guidance, or are we going to have both ways of there, or are we going to just?
I would certainly support that.
So the file picker guidance was for privacy concerns. That is, if you didn't want to, you wanted to access a service that required your camera but didn't want to share your camera, you could pick a file instead. Whether that's still useful consideration or not, I don't know, but it wasn't explicitly made to be able to stream a file.
So, okay, let's take a sense of the room. So I'll ask the three questions. Ask people to raise their hands for one of the three options. And then I'll ask about a separate document or patch it into this document. So, option one, it is an abomination and should not be allowed to live. And option two, we might want to do this, but not right now, not right here, not now. Takers? Half a hand from Dom.
Yeah, I'm not sure what that means, whether we should not start work on this or whether we should not include it in the current spec.
Well, that was the current spec or not is a different. So this is not start work on it. And third one is adopt this kitten. That is start work. Yeah, we have a strong consensus among those who have made up their minds among these three. And the second question is, how do we progress this into the work effort? The two options I see right off the bat is we ask Martin for one of his famous pull requests to put it into the spec, and our current spec, and the other one is we ask Martin or whoever Martin discharges this to cook up a bunch of respec to produce a new document that says the same thing. Now, Kellen, you have a point?
Yeah. So I mean, I see we could go either way. And one of the considerations would be, obviously, would this slow down get user media in any way, right? I find it very hard to believe that this will actually slow down get user media. I think the pull request will be done in 10 minutes, and this won't be a big deal, and we could just have it done. I think the question would be, are there vendors that want to implement the get part of get user media that's there right now that do not wish to implement this? And one of the mistakes we made in SIP was having 10 million specs for every little feature. That actually harmed SIP substantially. So unless there's somebody really standing up, jumping up and down saying we can't put this in the same document, I actually lean towards putting it in the same document. And the reason is simplicity of people understanding what they're getting and what they can use.
Okay, I have an additional comment to that. We have a part in the specification right now where we add the source object to the media element, where these methods would also be located. And we got a request from Ian Hickson he asked if he were to take over those parts. So I guess it's not unlikely that if we start adding more stuff to the media element, that perhaps we should work on it for a while and then try to see if it could go into the media element spec, because that's where it will actually be.
That's another consideration, that on whether it's easier to pull a piece from the one spec to the other or to pull a document from one to the other. I get the feeling that it's kind of, who cares? But Martin, do you have a strong opinion?
I have no opinion on this one. I think that however this happens, this happens. And the decision is largely one for the chairs and working with the editors to work out. So
yeah, I would say that
I'm sympathetic to Cullen's argument, though.
Yep.
There's already a section on how to put media streams into a video element, having a parallel section right next to it about how to go back. Seems like a natural thing to do. We can start work on it. If we're ready to go to last call or the candidate rec and this section isn't ready, we can just pull it out.
Okay, so this is just kind of guidance for the chairs. Who thinks it should be in a spec in a section in a document? Raise your hand now. About 7 have made up their opinion. Who thinks it should be a separate document? 3. So we have some rough guidance for the chairs. We'll go back to that. Now it's 10 minutes to closing time. We have. Yep. Randall might have raised his hand at some point. No, he's just appearing on screen. Yeah. So we've been through a number of topics. We've found a couple of issues contentious, where namely the permissions model and the ideal of ideal. These will be, well, we'll see if discuss what best use of time is the rest of the week. But one issue that came up was that we actually haven't made a call for consensus one way or the other in the group about the newly proposed constraint format. So somehow we got to we got to have a strong position that this stays in or gets rolled back. I mean, Cullen has expressed his desire for rollback. I take it that the editors who have worked on this probably have a strong opinion for keep it as is. But we need a sense of the group. This has not been prepared as input material and time for discussion. So this is something that I think since it's been put up as contentious, we have to do a proper polling of the group. I mean, one suggestion would be to actually do a working group poll, akin to a doodle, saying, to figure out, do we have a strong consensus? Another thing would be to just ask the question here, but I don't want to think that we could have that discussion in 5 minutes.
But Harold, and there was quite a strong consensus in the room earlier for neither, in fact, right? For adding in ideal.
Ideal can, to repeat what I said on list when the ideal was proposed, ideal can be added to both proposals. I don't see a big difference between the two.
It will be a substantial change to the algorithm. I think everyone involved with the editor team, I think everyone that's been involved with writing up either of them more or less agrees with that statement. We don't think we agree it can be added. That's not the issue. But
yeah, I don't agree that it's a substantial change. It is a change, and text needs to be added to the current proposal. I would not call it a substantial change.
Okay, so I'm asking for comment now about not the decision, because I don't think we can do that in 5 minutes, but what should the decision procedure be? And discussing the matter for 6 more months is not a good procedure.
I think we need some face-to-face time to sit down and discuss this and try and figure out what are the issues that cause people to be polarized different directions on it. What are the pros and cons? I mean, part of the discussion, I can summarize our discussion earlier this afternoon, is some people believed arrays were too complicated for programmers to use and some people did not. And I have a hard time believing that's really the argument. That can't be the argument. I don't believe any of those people really believe that's the argument. So I'd like to I think that some time to sort of work through what what are the properties we want this to have, and how could it be substantially simplified is what would drive this to conclusion versus, and people have hated constraints for over a year now, every version of them. Right? So how do we address that root cause? Because that's the root cause that keeps causing this conversation to go up. I mean, if I thought we had that addressed with this second solution, I'd say, great, as long as I never have to discuss this again, let's go. But putting in ideal is not as simple as Jim thinks. He does not have an algorithm for doing that. The more he thinks about this, he's going to realize it's getting a little bit more complicated.
No.
And
I know how to do it. Trust me.
So
that's
so
where
I will
some
note
time
that,
to discuss it would be probably the most pragmatic thing.
So Cullen, I will note that you're speaking for yourself.
Very much so, yeah.
Yeah. Just that I don't think there's a. I don't think that the category. The statement that people have hated constraints is...
Ecker, do you love constraints or hate them? Okay. Martin. Justin. Okay. Oh yeah, some more. I mean, like, I mean, look. Everybody gave it a thumbs down.
Okay. All right, it's time for me to say something very brief on that, which is that I don't necessarily like constraints either. Having been the first person to propose them, I sometimes hate being the person to defend them. However, I actually very strongly remember the reasons that we came to where we are today. And I have said them repeatedly. For anyone who does not understand and would like to, I'm happy to repeat them again. There are reasons that we've gotten to this point. And as long as those reasons still exist, I think constraints is going to be our best solution. And so we just need to find something that's going to work. As soon as the world changes in such a way that we don't need constraints anymore, then I'm happy to drop it. I just don't think we're there, and I'd rather be done.
My suggestion is that the next discussion of constraints involve firearms, so that it will be the last, at least.
Nuclear weapons?
I do think spending some time, I don't care if it's tonight over beers or whatever, but I don't actually see a way this is going to simply I mean, look, if I was totally out on a limb and was just an outlier here, I would care less about just being overruled on it or whatever. But I think that the problem is this conversation is going to keep coming up and again, even if I shut up.
So, I mean, first, Cullen, you asked whether people hate constraint. I think people hate the fact that we have to deal with the complexities that come with them. I don't know if you were asking the question about the specific syntax we're using, if you would get the same answer. So one first step might be to actually get a sense of the room about what we have now versus what we had before, and maybe versus spending more time coming up with a new design. Another approach might be to make a formal call for consensus to the list with a time frame of 2 weeks, where if people disagree with the rough consensus that we might have determined, then they have to basically be ready for a formal a formal objection, which would then in time get discussed by the WCC director and would need to be backed by technical reasoning. I mean, sure, we can probably find better solution over time, but at the same time, people are using this, and people cannot today pick whether they get a back or front camera. This is getting a bit ridiculous. I think there is a window of opportunity in terms of timing that we can simply push back all the time. At some point, we have to compromise, and nobody loves consensus, but sometimes we have to live with it.
Okay, I note a clear lack of a clear path forward, and let's go drink beer. Thank you, and we'll see each other in the morning at 8:30 Eastern time for those of you on remote for the RTC web meeting, and at 12:30 for lunch, 1:30 for the WebRTC meeting. And the chairs of the media capture task force will have a discussion with the chairs of the WebRTC group about the best allocation of time, which might or might not depend on the outcome of the year.
We're going to get Richard to find us a place to eat. Talking to Justin, right? So Justin and I basically said there's a number of things that we want, right? But there's ultimately the rate that you were expecting to send that for the media streams that you're sending, which is perhaps influenced by vehicle AS and influenced by the current congestion limit and influenced by whatever other controls we provide. But ultimately, that's the baseline that we should be using the RTCP rate. That's it.